Okay, hello to everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I propose we should start. I hope at least most of the participants has joined already. So please, even maybe you can just make an introduction.
Yes, okay, well.
We cannot hear you.
Okay.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
No,
yes.
We cannot hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Ivana, maybe you should check your headphones.
Maybe it's the microphone. Okay. Okay, it doesn't matter. Maybe I can take over if we cannot hear you, which is obvious.
Can you all hear me?
No, we cannot hear you.
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Anyhow,
I can hear
welcome.
we can hear you.
I would like to welcome you all for this training on preparation of the concept note under Action 8, which is an action in which the contracting authority is here present. We have a representative here. Today and tomorrow, we will focus mostly on the particularities with regards to Lot 1, even though basically most of the topics that we will cover are relevant also for the other lots. So if some participants plan to apply on other lots, please consider the relevant part as relevant for the other lots as well. So I will point out when we are strictly referring to Lot 1 particularities. So just to shortly present myself, my name is Ivana Staljetović. So I'm engaged in this GST project as an expert that will support you in these trainings for the preparation of the concept note, but also in the later stage when hopefully you will be in the possibility to participate on the second step, when you will have to prepare and submit the full application forms. And I will support you also through a help desk, reply to your questions. We will probably organize some individual consultations or some group work. We will see depending on the needs. We will try to be flexible as possible. And just to mention that this GST project on which I'm engaged is the project funded by the EU aid program for the Turkish Cypriot community, which is implemented by the nearest consortium. So with regards to logistics, which Ivan should have supported us, but we cannot hear him, it doesn't matter really. So just be informed that your microphones are muted and the cameras are turned off to maintain stable internet for all. We have organized the Turkish translation and the Greek translation, so you can choose the interpretation icon, click the interpretation icon, and you can choose the preferred language. When you want to ask questions, we hope you will have questions. That means that you are interested in this call. So please, because of the technical issues, unfortunately, you cannot ask in person. But you can use, you're encouraged to use the chat option when you have any questions. So anytime you can write in chat, so you can see in your bar to use the chat and just write the questions. If it is possible, we would encourage you to ask questions in English, just because of the logistics for the timely translation of the questions and for our replies, not to take too much time for these issues. Of course, if you're not willing or able to ask a question in English, of course, you can do it in your own language as well. It will be translated and we will reply to all the questions. So the questions will be answered verbally following a short break. And of course, later on during the questions and answers session. This is a two-day training, so today and tomorrow. We will go briefly through the agenda, and the training is recorded, so even the video will be available. So what I would like to stress here, that the opinion which is expressed in these workshops do not necessarily reflect the opinion of the contracting authority. You should always refer to the official document, which is the guidelines for applicants, and also to the questions and answers document that will be published by the contracting authority if there will be questions, but we already have a lot of questions because some info sessions have been already done. So either online or in person. So we are collecting and replying, preparing replies for all these questions, which will be published. And certainly you should take a closer look on those answers, because surely you will find answers to many questions that you might have, or you maybe haven't even think about certain issues. So I would like now to pass the floor to our representative of the contracting authority. Emily, please, if you can say just a few words.
Thanks a lot, Ivana. Well, welcome to everyone. I'm very pleased to see that many of you are attending this training session. Some of you or many of you have already attended the information session. So just to clarify, as Ivana was saying, this is a training. So this is where you should ask, as many practical questions you want to see answered on how to prepare the concept note for the 19th of April. So just have your question there. There will also be, as Ivana was saying, the questions will also be noted down and included in a question and answer document. So you can also refer to these afterwards. And this is an official document that will be published, and then that will be part of the call for proposal, fully part of the call for proposal. So I think it remains for me to give you to wish you a very good training. As the I hope it will be useful for you, and all the best. And we are waiting for your proposal mid-April.
Thank you, Emily, for this brief introduction. This is Alexandra from the GST team as well. We will be sharing with you the PowerPoint presentations of this training as well. We organized the translation of these PowerPoint presentations also in Turkish and in English. You will be following the English presentation on your screens, but if you prefer to do so on your computers, you can then follow Greek and Turkish translation. Welcome on my behalf, and I hope you find this useful. Thanks.
Okay, so I hope everyone can hear me, because for certain reason I cannot hear the ones who are speaking, but we will see later on during the break. Okay, so let's start. I will just briefly present the agenda. You have all received the agenda. Just to mention that maybe, depending on the number of questions and depending on the needs, the timeline, the time frame will can be slightly adjusted. So after the introductory part with regard to general information on the call, on the objectives of the call, eligibility of applicants, and application process together with the administrative matters, we will go through the preparation of proposals, some important elements, which you may see here. So we will have one or probably two breaks, as I mentioned earlier, depending on the number of questions that needs to be translated. And then the last part of the session is planned to dedicate to budgeting. which is understanding of co-funding requirements and preparing the budget estimates. We have also prepared a short quiz just to interact a bit and to see what you have learned from the sessions today. For tomorrow, we have a plan to present the registration in PADR and Prospect. So our colleague Nilay, she will support us in this session. So she will briefly explain what is relevant for this registration for you to know. Then we will focus on the preparation of the concept note, presenting the format, the administrative requirements, the elements of description of the action and the relevance of the actions, and administrative self-checks and some tips. Later on, we will explain the assessment, the process of the assessment of concept note to understand how your concept notes will be scored. At the end, briefly, we will explain also what follows if you pass the concept note phase and what to expect if you sign the grant contract. So I consider it also very important for you to know, if you don't have previous experience, what might be expecting you in the later stage. Okay, so the first recommendation that we would like to give to you is to read the guidelines for applicants. So the guidelines for applicants are, let's say, a quite long document, but it consists of a lot of information, but all this information are very, very relevant. So please read them carefully with understanding, and you will find basically answers to all your questions. But nevertheless, so we are here to bring you closer this document for the ones who don't have previous experience. Also what we would like to suggest is to recommend is to follow the templates that are available as part of the call. We will go through these documents a bit later. So, okay, introduction of the call, which are some important details with regards to call for proposals. So the call is published on 1st of March this year. This is the reference, so-called the Europaid number of the call. The deadline for the submission of the concept note, so the first phase is 19th of April this year. It's 3 p.m. Brussels date and time, but Cyprus time is 4 p.m. that day. But what I would certainly advise you that you should really not wait for the last day or the last hour to submit the proposal. This is the latest date and time, but of course it is allowed and it is even encouraged to submit your concept note earlier. So what is important here to stress that in this call, it is obligatory to submit the concept note via Prospect. So that's why tomorrow morning we will explain in more details how to register in PADR and some specifics. Of course, it is strongly recommended to register in PADR well in advance. You should not really wait for the last minute before the deadline to submit your application in Prospect, because it's an online base, so something can always go wrong. In order not to be late, you should certainly do it well in advance. With regards to submission process, there are two stages. First stage is this one that we are referring to, concept note stage, where you submit only the concept note. And if you will be selected and invited to the second step, of the evaluation, you will have to prepare and submit the full application, which consists also of log frame, the budget. But let's focus on that when the time comes, which might be somewhere in line with the indicative timetable. It should be somewhere in September or October, so after the summer. And then we will spend some more quality time together in similar workshops and also through the help desk support. Okay, where to look for these documents for call for proposals? I will now share this link. Okay, it seems it's not open. Just 1 second. Okay. Let me try to share it now. Okay. I hope you can see it. So this is this action 8 under the Cypriot Civil Society. And these are the documents which are relevant for this call. So first of all, I would advise you to download the latest version of the guidelines, which is called a corrigendum. So on the top is the latest uploaded document. Basically, in this corrigendum, only the deadline for submission of concept note has been adjusted because it was correct on the first page, but some discrepancies were in the text later on. But due to a holiday at that day, it was postponed a bit for 19th of April. So this is the final date, and you should refer to the latest guidelines available here. So we have these annexes here. So the first annex is related to this first phase is the concept note. Here you have some instructions with regards how to fulfill the concept note. Then you have Annex 2, which will be submitted if you will be invited in the second phase, which is full application. So you should follow these templates very carefully. Follow the instructions, which is provided within the templates. Then there is an annex with regards to the budget, which will have to be submitted on the second step. But nevertheless, you should be even informed now how these budgets should look like, what are the modalities, and in order, to envisage properly the proposed amount of your grant. And then you have a logical framework, which is also very important in this stage, even though you will not submit the logical framework, but you should not make many changes. We will go in details later on with regards to what you have proposed in the concept note phase and in full application phase. So you should take into consideration what you will have to fulfill later on to be in line even in this first phase. So these are also some documents that should be fulfilled and which will be a part of your grant contract. Also, what I would advise you to take a look at the standard grant contract annexes. This is what waits for you if you'll be selected for signing the contract, the grant contract with the contracting authority. So you need to be aware, especially if you don't have previous experience, what will be your obligations, what will be your rights, because the grant contract is a legal document, legally binding document, and you will have to respect all the provisions. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. If you have questions, please write them down in chat. Okay, from current slide. Okay, also call for proposal documents are published on the project web pages. I don't know if there is need to open the project web page now, but maybe we can do it later on if we will have time. But anyhow, you will receive this presentation and you will have all the relevant links. So as I basically guided you through the web page and mentioned earlier, guidelines for applicants are, you know, the ground rules of the call. This is the most important document at this point. You will find there the annexes which are relevant for preparation of your proposals, the templates that you have to follow. And as I mentioned, the documents that are setting the contractual matters, contract reporting annexes, how will you have to report when there will be time for reporting. And then those documents are put on your disposal only for your information in relation to the future commitment. You should not complete those documents at this stage, or even of course, in the second stage of the evaluation. So with regards to some details in the guidelines for applicants, you will find the objectives of the program, priorities and themes to be funded, eligibility rules, selection and award criteria, the procedures that should be followed by applicants, and application form and templates and other relevant annexes. So just to stress that the overall indicative amount, which is made available under this call, is 2.5 million euros, which is divided in 3 lots. So just to indicate that this allocation is done per each lot. So there are 3 lots, as you can see on this table. And what is important to stress that the contracting authority have the right not to award all the available funds. To be honest, it's in everyone's interest to award all the available funds, but if there are not enough proposals of good or satisfactory quality, or proposals which do not pass the administrative part of the control, or some other rules which are stipulated in the guidelines, then of course the contracting authority will not award all available funds. But what is good, that allocation under each lot can be reallocated to another lot. So if, for example, under lot number 2, not the whole amount of 1 million will be awarded, but there are, for example, very good quality proposals under lot 1, which exceed the 500,000 allocation, then the contracting authority will be in the possibility to transfer and reallocate those funds to other lots. So maybe it would be good to open the guidelines just to check. Okay, I don't have them open now. Okay, we will do it a bit later on. I had some technical issues, so I had to restart my computer at the very last minute. And now I don't have everything ready as I had when we should have started. So, but we will go through this as well. So the global objective of the call is to support the civil society in enhancing trust, dialogue and cooperation, and in promoting European Union values and standards through actions that contribute to promoting reunification of Cyprus. So this is the global objective of the call, to which you should certainly contribute. But the specific objective of, in particular, Lot 1, is to support bicommunal Cyprus-focused scientific research. So it is, the focus is on bicommunal. We will see later on what are the particularities in order to satisfy and to reach this specific objective. And priorities which define in more details the specific objective for Lot 1 are actions that shall increase bicommunal scientific interaction in the field of research through implementation of joint Cyprus-focused research projects that contribute to the improvement of Cypriot's quality of life, well-being and promotion of European values, that also project that also contribute to the generation of knowledge and evidence that is relevant for the reunification of Cyprus, and that supports the advancement of multi-communal Cyprus within the European Union. What is also very important, that this project should be a novel research project and not a repetition of a previously completed project and or published research project. So I don't think I need to explain why this is really important. So you should have a new project proposed and not to do a repetition or something that has already been published or done. So you need to be innovative in a certain way. The topics that should be covered of the research projects under Lot 1 may include these topics, but they are not restricted only to these topics, which are environment protection, agriculture and wildlife, life sciences, health and food safety, social sciences, education and skills, local economy, competitiveness and green line trade, and Cypriot identity, culture, traditions, and bicommunal interaction. So with regards to Lot 1, any grant which is requested under this call must fall between the following minimum and maximum amounts. So the guidelines for applicants are defining the minimum amount and the maximum amount of the grant that you can propose. So of course, it does not have to be minimum or maximum. It can be a value or amount in between. And also what is important to stress here, that when you ask for part of your budget, so anyhow, you will have to co-finance the action. So make sure that this grant amount does not surpass these thresholds. But since you will have to co-finance this action, I would like to address to you the minimum and maximum percentage that is defined in the guidelines for applicants. and that is a minimum percentage is of financing from the EU is 60% and maximum is 95%, which in other words means that you will have to co-finance minimum 5% of the action up to 40% depending on your financial stability and the design of the project, because there are some other restrictions that you will see later on. The initial planned duration of the action should not be lower than 12 months. So 1 year is the minimum duration of your proposed action, your project. And you should not exceed 36 months. So anyhow, it can last 20 months, 24, 32, as long as it is in between those 1 and 3 years. And what I would like to stress is that the actions must take place in Cyprus. So a part of the action, smaller part of the action, or some activity can take place somewhere outside the Cyprus, but the major part of the activity should be placed here. Okay. What is important and stress also in the guidelines for applicants, that for all the actions and for all the lots, that the action that you are proposing should be complementary or to be supporting or to support the other actions which are currently implemented with EU funding in the Turkish Cypriot community in the respective sector and be in line with the strategy which is currently implemented by the European Union in this sector. So in other words, you have the obligation to ensure complementarity to the extent possible, because this requirement will be verified during the concept note evaluation. And you are encouraged, of course, to consult all the relevant documents, which for example, annual reports on the implementation of the aid regulation for the Turkish Cypriot community. You have even the link here in the presentation to see and to make sure what is currently implemented in your sector, what you plan to propose. Do you contribute? Are you complementary with those current initiatives by the EU? So this will be verified during the concept note evaluation, as I already said, and it's important to take into account. So there are some value-added elements which are defined on page 7 of the guidelines for applicants. So they include some actions which that reach out to and are implemented in remote areas. So actions that are implemented in remote areas or with marginalized or minority groups. So these are considered as added value element. So if you can connect your application, your project with any of these elements, it will be appreciated and certainly taken into consideration during the evaluation of your concept note. So also the actions that promote synergy in research and or development, that promote networks or platforms with other CSOs, which incorporate capacity building of CSOs, right-based approach, gender perspectives, social inclusion and sustainable development goals, and actions which are fostering collaboration and dialogue between the Cypriot communities. For the issues that we came so far, if maybe, Alexandra, maybe if you can add, if you have to add something, I would like to check what is happening with my microphone, because apparently you can hear me, but I cannot hear anyone.
Sure, thank you, Ivana, for this introductory wording. What I would like to stress are some fundamental issues. The important specificity of this lot 1 is, of course, research. I would just like to clarify that the idea is not to support research as such, research per se. You know, research should also be aligned with the priorities and specific objectives and the overall objective of this call. And therefore, because the call is bicommunal, this is the main characteristic. This is the fundamental characteristic of this call. The research should also be bicommunal, and it should have a bicommunal element. So please, when you're designing your projects, I mean, I'm talking now about the programmatic design of your projects, we are looking for projects that have a bicommunal quality and that have a bicommunal reach. I mean, in terms of you know, like physical reach, and for the projects, for the research projects that are relevant for the specific objectives of this call and for the overall objectives of this call, you know. So of course, generation of empirical data, increase of scientific potential on the island, this is an intention as well, but not per se. I mean, you should look for research that has a bicommunal impact, that has a bicommunal element, and that has a bicommunal arrangement in the implementation of the project. We can, of course, discuss this further when we get to the question and answer section, but I mean, for the time being, this is what I also wanted to emphasize. Some of you have already asked the question, maybe you are from Greek Cypriot community, asking like, how can we reach to the Turkish Cypriot community? How can we find partners there? Among our participants today, we also have our dear colleagues from Civic Space. They've also shared some information on chat, and I also shared with you their website. They have a very good CSO database on their website, the database of civil society organizations in the Turkish Cypriot community. So this could be your starting point to try to find you know, potential partners using this database, unless you already have some contacts, of course, etc., etc. Thanks all for now. Thank you also, Selen, for sharing the comment in the chat. I didn't have time to read it, but I saw that you wrote something. Selen is our colleague from Civic Space. So yes, I mean, you can browse their website for this information. We can continue with the presentation, and then at later stage, we can discuss if any particular question regarding this.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra. So in the guidelines for applicants, with regards to eligibility criteria, who can apply, which actions or activities you can propose, which costs are eligible to finance, these are all divided, these are all criteria divided in 3 sets. So first set is the actors, which are basically the lead applicant, the entity which is submitting the application form, and which is later on becoming the contractor and interlocutor with the contracting authority responsible for the implementation of the action overall, and financial issues as well. So if it is necessary to have co-applicants, we will see the obligation for this. So the actors are also co-applicants, which are jointly referred as applicants. And if any affiliated entities to the lead applicants exist, they are also the actors under this process. And the second set of the eligibility criteria refers to the actions for which a grant may be awarded. And at the end, the costs, the type of cost that may be taken into account when you are planning your amount of grant. That is really, really important, especially in the later stage. So who can apply for lot 1 in particular? So there are some differences between these 3 lots, but for lot 1, under this point of guidelines for applicants, it is stipulated that in order to be eligible for this call under lot 1, the applicant should be a legal person or a natural person and be non-profit making, because this is basically the rule of EU funding. You should not make profit. It is not eligible. And applicant needs to be registered or established in Cyprus. There is a footnote in the guidelines connected to this, what refers to the Cyprus refers to the island as a whole, and should be directly responsible for the preparation, management, and implementation of the action with the co-applicants and affiliated entities, not acting as an intermediary. I would stress here, because sometimes it just slipped, can slip your mind. So, of course, you are the one who is responsible for the implementation of the action and the management of the action. And you should not act as an intermediary between, for example, your partners, co-applicants, or affiliated entities, or some third parties. We will see later on about the third parties. So you should not act as an intermediary. You should be, as applicant, the one who is really the one preparing and will be responsible for implementing the planned activities. And also, for the legal person, it should be a civil society organization. So, as you may see, these are all cumulative requirements, cumulative criteria. So in order to be eligible, you should satisfy all these five requirements. So take that into consideration, because if not, you will be rejected. You are not eligible. Even your proposal will not be evaluated. So it is done immediately. So there are some additional eligibility requirements for natural and legal persons, which are set in the footnotes. So there are a couple of, more than a couple of footnotes that needs to be carefully examined. So this is one of them, that the natural person can apply as lead applicant for grants of an amount of 60,000 euros or less. With regards to applying by natural person as co-applicant, they can apply for any amount within the thresholds for lot 1. So if you are a natural person, your grant part cannot be 100,000, as it was mentioned earlier, that it is the maximum amount. It is an amount of maximum 60,000 euros. Natural person under this slot would typically be researchers that are applying in their personal capacity. They should certainly demonstrate their experience in the research. So this is meaning that these researchers are PhD holders, or they should demonstrate at least 5 years of professional experience as a researcher in fields relevant for these lot priorities. Some details are stipulated in this section of the guidelines for applicants. And just to mention that only legal persons can apply as lead applicant for grants higher than 60,000 euros, which is obvious if the natural person cannot go above 60,000, but also legal person can go below. So they can apply for grants of any amount it can be lower than 60,000, but not lower than 30,000, which is the minimum for lot 1. For the purpose of this lot, the legal person can be, but it is not limited to, so these are some examples, that a legal person applying under this lot can be an NGO, a professional chamber, a think tank, or an academic organization that is developing research and academic activities in fields relevant for lot 1 priorities, which is stipulated at the beginning of the guidelines in section 1.2. I have stressed this in red because unfortunately it cannot be a university or a research center which is affiliated or linked to a university. So please take that into consideration. It also applies, the same eligibility requirements applies for co-applicants, so it goes the same with the co-applicants. So for this call, for this lot 1, the lead applicant must act with co-applicants. So all applications have to include an applicant from each of the communities of Cyprus. So Greek Cypriot community and Turkish Cypriot. So it doesn't matter who is the lead applicant, from where is the lead applicant, or from where is the co-applicant, but it needs to be from both sides. Co-applicants from the Turkish Cypriot or Greek Cypriot communities must satisfy the eligibility criteria as applicable to the lead applicant himself. I already mentioned that. So the same eligibility criteria goes for the lead applicant and co-applicants. So if you decide to propose, so you need to have at least one co-applicant under lot 1. But if you decide to have additional co-applicants, they should also satisfy all the eligibility criteria, except for the need to be established in Cyprus. Applicants that are legally established in a member state of the European Union or on the territory of a member state of the European Economic Area, or on the territory of candidate countries for accession to the European Union are eligible. So they can be established in any of these countries stated here. With regards to affiliated entities, so you can act as lead applicant, and your co-applicants can act with affiliated entities. And affiliated entities is the ones that have a structural link with the applicants, namely the lead applicant or co-applicant, and they have in particular a legal or capital link, which may be considered them as your affiliated entities. The same goes with affiliated entities as with the lead applicant and co-applicants, that universities or research centers which are linked to universities cannot be considered as affiliated entities. Okay, so with regards to associates and contractors, just to bring a bit closer the roles. Services or even supplies under this call, and you will have to award this contract in line with the rules, procurement rules, in Annex 4, stipulated in Annex 4 of the standard grant contract. So certainly associates and affiliated entities cannot be also contractors in the project. Of course, not even your co-applicants. So all the actors that are participating jointly in the implementation of this action cannot be subcontracted later on during the implementation of your grant contract. So it is very important to stress it now, because when it comes to that, not to be too late, because such expenditures are not eligible. Even the staff, you cannot procure or subcontract any of your staff or staff of your partners, Coapplicants, affiliated entities later on during the implementation. They should all be budgeted, in the budget of the grant contract, but not subcontracted. But these are more details which will follow in the second phase. I just wanted you to make aware. Also for the associate and contractors, it goes the same. This important note that universities or research centers that are linked to universities cannot be considered associates or contractors. Okay, when we come to the eligible actions, or the actions for which an application may be made. So this, at first, the eligible actions should contribute.
Oh, just a second, just a second, Ivana. I don't know if you can hear me. Perhaps we received a few questions regarding this eligibility. We have perhaps some of you, I know some of the participants, and of course you have a valuable experience in EU funding, but perhaps some participants don't have such experience in EU funding. And, you know, when you hear all this terminology, associates, affiliated, let's clarify a few questions based on the questions that you asked. We will have a Q&A session, of course, but few questions that you asked. So let's clarify. Universities are not eligible to apply under this call, regardless of where are they coming from. If these are universities that are registered in Turkish Cypriot community, in the Republic, in Turkey, in Bosnia, in UK, in Italy, France, no universities. It doesn't, of course, mean that naturally researchers are affiliated with some universities. But I mean, if you are applying as such, you are applying as an individual, just to clarify this. For affiliated entities, you also asked, affiliated entities are organizations that need to fulfill the same eligibility criteria as co-applicants and applicants. In other words, to translate to kind of like down-to-earth language, universities also cannot apply as affiliated entities. Cooperation with universities is possible, and you will, of course, naturally be linked with universities because you are coming from the research community, but they cannot be applicants, co-applicants, affiliated entities. Even has also mentioned some of the factors in terms of where you need to be registered in order to apply. For individuals, this registration means that you either have you know, you are a Turkish Cypriot, or you have a residence in TCC, or of course in the Republic. So please don't mix, how can I say, ethnic background with this requirement. It's about registration of a natural person, of an entity which resides either in the Turkish Cypriot community or in the Republic. There were other questions that I will answer during the Q&A session, but I just wanted to clarify this. A couple of important points that came up that I think should be, you know, like mentioned immediately early in the start of this presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Alexandra. So with regards to eligible actions, your actions should contribute to the objectives and address the priorities of the call. and the lot they are presented in. So at the beginning, we presented which is the overall objective, specific objective of each lot, and the priorities, which are specified also for each lot. So you should refer to them and to see how your action that you're proposing can contribute to those goals of the overall goals of this grant scheme. Anyhow, your actions should also meet the criteria of the call with regards to duration, so from 12 to 36 months, minimum and maximum amounts from 30,000 to 100,000 euros, and co-financing rate, which is the minimum 5%. All the actions should take place primarily in Cyprus. We mentioned that. Some of activities can take place in another territorial country, but those activities should not be the major part of the action, that is for sure. So your action in this sense will not be eligible for financing. There are some examples of potential types of action that are detailed on page 50 of the guidelines for applicants. We will go through that. And just to say that action consists of the set of activities, obviously. So you should not only propose relevant actions, but propose relevant activities that are in line and that contribute to the main objective of the call or lot in particular. There is non-exhaustive list of activities, which is available on page 16 of the guidelines for applicants. So you should take a closer look and to see, the action that you plan to propose, the activities that you plan to propose, if they are in line with these activities that are stipulated in the call. But just to mention that this is not an exhaustive list, but nevertheless, all the other actions and activities should be in line with the goal of the call and should be similar to the proposed activities in the guidelines for applicants. There is kind of new possibility, which is financial support to third parties for the ones who have previous experience in participation in grant schemes. This basically, I will not go into many details because for lot 1, the applicants cannot propose financial support to third parties, but it is allowed under lot 2 and under lot 3. So for the ones who maybe plan to apply even for other lots, just to clarify this difference, is basically, first of all, financial support to third parties should be allowed by the call. So for lot 1 is not allowed, but for lot 2 and 3 it is, and you may propose, if you apply for other 2 lots, the financial support to third parties. What is the purpose? The purpose is for them, the third parties, to help you achieve the objectives of the actions. So it can be some civil society activists or some civil society organizations that will receive a part. There are certain thresholds for this financial support to third parties, but as I mentioned, I will not go into details now because it is not allowed under this lot. And of course, these third parties cannot be affiliated entities, neither associates or contractors, because they participate in the initial implementation of the action and are already envisaged as such. There is a list of ineligible actions. So certainly you should take care that you do not propose some action which is not eligible. And I will briefly read this list. So these are the actions that are concerned only or mainly with individual sponsorships for participation in workshops, seminars, conferences, and congresses. So any participation as such, if it is the basic purpose of your action to go around on different workshops and to participate on conferences and seminars, it is not eligible. So it can be part, of course, of the wider project if it is relevant for achievement of your outputs and consequently the results of your project. Of course, it is allowed, but not to be related only or mainly with such activities. Then the actions which are only or mainly concerned with individual scholarships for studies or training courses. So you should pay attention, so as a researcher cannot propose the action where more scholarship will be financed or something similar. So of course your actions should concern other set of activities. And then the actions which duplicate other EU-funded projects or programs. So there is no double funding, no duplication. That's why you need to consult the reports, the documents, EU documents in relation to your sector, just to see if something has already been financed and done. So this type of actions will not be eligible, as well as the one which are already financed in full by other donor. Then one-off events such as conferences, roundtable seminars that are not part of the wider action. So the logic is the same. Then the research projects that have already been completed, fully funded or already published. So that was also mentioned under the previous footnote. And also the project infrastructure or works represent more than 10% of the direct eligible cost of the budget. So, for example, if you propose the maximum amount of your grant, which is 100,000 euros, and the total eligible cost will depend on the percentage of your co-financing, because as I mentioned earlier, the whole budget of your project consists of the EU contribution and your contribution, your co-financing. So in that sense, if you propose 100,000, a certain at minimum 5% of that amount will have to be financed from your own resources. So infrastructural works, in that sense, let's say that in total 100,000 is in total your budget, then you should not propose infrastructural works of more than 10%, which is 10,000 euros. But nevertheless, you need to see if you are planning to propose such infrastructural works, that they really need to be connected and relevant for the implementation of the action. You cannot propose such activities just in order, to have something fixed, reconstructed, or I don't know, whatever you might feel relevant, but not connected to the action. So it should be really, really justified that it is needed for the implementation of the action. It goes the same with the purchase of equipment, which under this lot should not go beyond 50% of the direct eligible cost of the budget. So if you imagine that your total budget, including EU funding and your co-financing, will be 100,000 euros, then the maximum would be 50,000 euros for the purchase of equipment, but that is the maximum, of course. If there is no reasoning behind, and if there is no very good justification for procuring so much equipment, you should certainly not present so many costs in relation to this purchase. In lot 2 and 3, this percentage for works and infrastructure is the same, and for the equipment is a bit lower, 30%, up to 30%, like here is up to 50%. But here it is a research project, so even the natural person can apply, which is not the case in the second and the third lot. So in that sense, this percentage is a bit higher in order to allow you, to buy all the necessary equipment, which will have to be procured in line with tools stipulated in Annex 4 of your grant contract. You may even take a look, because you will not go and buy whatever you want. You will need to respect procedures, quite strict procedures. Okay, if you will have some questions here, of course, you can ask. And just one slide with regards to visibility, because it is really, really important to stress that the fact that the European Union is financing or co-financing your action. There is a link here and also the picture of this communication of visibility guidelines that you need to follow when you will have any visibility activity. Okay, so with regards to the number of proposals that can be sent, or the grants, the number of grants awarded, please take a careful look and read carefully that the lead applicant may not submit more than one application per lot. So this technically means that you as a lead applicant can submit application in each of the 3 lots. Maybe it's not very smart because there is a limited time to prepare the proposal. So we would advise you certainly to focus on the lot in which you have the most experience and the clear idea about the project you would like to implement. So the best would be to select 1 or maybe 2 lots. But if you think you have capacities and resources even to implement such contracts, each of these contracts that you would propose, then you can apply on all 3 lots, but try to focus on 1, because you will not be able to get award for more than 1 grant under this call for proposals. So if you apply on all 3 lots, you will be, maybe you can be selected for all 3 lots, but you will have to choose which contract you prefer to sign with the contracting authority, because as a lead applicant, you can sign only 1 grant contract. So the lead applicant can also be a co-applicant or an affiliated entities in another application at the same time. So there are no restrictions, whether it is in the same lot or in different lots. So the lead applicant can be co-applicant in another application. Co-applicant may be the co-applicant or affiliated entity in more than 1 application under this call. So if you're a co-applicant in 1 proposal, you can be co-applicant or affiliated entity in another proposal as well. And what is the difference between lead applicant, a co-applicant, and affiliated entities? That they may be awarded more than 1 grant under this call for proposals if they are selected. Okay, maybe there will be some questions with regards to this. We will see later on. And the third category of eligibility, so we pass through the eligibility of applicants, eligibility of actions and activities, and the eligibility of cost is the third, but also very, very important one, especially when it comes to the implementation of the project, because the amount of the grant which you propose and later on contract, maybe there will be some slight changes, differences, which is basically stated here under the note that the contracting authority may impose modifications to address mistakes, inaccuracies, so some discrepancies, unrealistic costs or ineligible costs before signing the grant contract. So in either case, all these costs eventually, if you sign the grant contract, will have to be verified by the contracting authority, and you will need to have all the relevant proof that these costs have been incurred and paid in line with all the rules. So it's quite extensive process, but a very important one, where it may come even to the point that you don't have all the relevant documents, all the relevant proof, or that you have subcontracted some services or supplies, not respecting the procurement rules, the procurement procedures stipulated in Annex 4 of the grant contract. In that case, even some costs may be declared as non-eligible. So it doesn't mean if you propose a certain amount of grant that you will receive the exact amount for sure. You will really need to respect all the contract provisions in order to be reimbursed in whole. Okay, so with regards to eligibility of costs, what is important to stress that the costs, in order to be eligible for financing, they need to incur, they need to, they need to exist, they need to be incurred during the implementation of the action. So during the period of implementation, that is the one of the criteria. They need to be indicated in the estimated overall budget of the action. So if you need to try to plan as much as possible to include all the costs in your budget, because if they are not indicated there, it will not be able to finance. Maybe you will be in the possibility to propose some reallocations in that sense, but that should be done in the implementation. But try to envisage as much as possible activities, all the costs related to the activities that you plan to implement. So the costs, in order to be eligible, they need to be necessary for the implementation of the action, which is the subject of the grant. So as I mentioned earlier, with regards to infrastructure works or equipment or any other cost that you will propose, it needs to be well connected with the implementation of the activities, and you will have to kind of prove that they are really necessary for successful implementation. The cost needs to be identifiable and verifiable, so the contracting authority may be able to check, to identify, and to verify all those costs. They need to be reasonable. They need to be in line with sound financial management. What does it mean? I would say very simple, that basically with the EU money, you should act with your own money, but not the ones who are spending, not taking into account all the market standards and not planning and not respecting all the procedures, but really to take care of that money. That is basically the sound financial management, which needs to be ensured in order to be eligible. And the eligible costs under this call may include co-financing in kind in the form of volunteers' work. I have more details in the next slide. But just to mention that there is also a list of non-eligible costs. So please take a closer look. What cannot be eligible for financing? So these are debts, debt service charges or interest, currency exchange losses and similar, provision for losses of potential future liabilities, cost declared by the beneficiaries and financed in full by another action or work program receiving the European Union grant, purchases of land, buildings, offices, cost incurred prior to the signature of the contract, salary cost of civil servants or the personnel of local bodies, rent of land, buildings and offices and works, infrastructures and renovation, refurbishment of buildings where property rights of natural and legal persons have not been respected. So this is this should be taken into account, this footnote, which defines in more details these costs related to works and infrastructures, renovation, in conformity with this article of the Council regulation.
Oh yes, Ivana, if I may add just regarding this ineligible costs, please, you know, like with all due care, if you are planning to do any infrastructural works. When we say infrastructural works, we mean building, you know, if you want to build something, property rights, they need to be respected in TCC, of course, and just have that in mind. If any plans related, I assume that as these are research projects, we are not going to get much involved in the infrastructure, but just have in mind that this is a primarily concern for the European Union, that the property rights need to be respected. So if you're planning to get into any kind of infrastructural civil engineering, I mean, works, be careful about it. We can consult individually before you submit your concept note. Of course, we are running this help desk anyhow already. So if you have any questions regarding that, please let us know. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra. With regards to volunteers' work, so it is also, let's say, some not so old practice, quite new. So for the ones who don't have a previous experience in acknowledging the volunteers' work as a part, valorization of the volunteers' work as part of your co-financing, please note that you have the possibility through volunteers' work to co-finance from your side up to 50% of the amount of co-financing that you need to provide. So how it is valorized? So you will certainly not pay a certain amount of money to the volunteer, because that is not the point, but you will valorize the amount per volunteer per day, which in line with the EU regulation is 78 euros. So for example, if you will have during under the implementation of your action 10 volunteers that will provide you support in some activities for 10 days, it's 100 days, and you will multiply it by 78 euros, and this amount, if it is in line with all these other threshold percentages, will be possible, you know, to co-finance your action. So take that into consideration, especially if you have network of volunteers that could contribute to your action, and you can use, just to additionally to save some resources of your own. Okay, this cost will be presented separately from other eligible costs, but it is not time now during the concept note phase. So, so this will be discussed in the later stage of the full application when you will have to provide the budget. Okay, so even though we have passed through some questions.
Yes, we received so far around 20 questions. I would propose that we take a short break, 10-minute break. During this break, please also, if you have any questions, let us know. And then we can be back, discuss some of the questions that were asked. I've recorded all of them anyhow, and move on to the next session, which is about result-based management. We were discussing eligibility. Some of you had really valuable and important questions to ask. Somehow I feel that it would be good to have a small break. Maybe people want to get some coffee or have a cigarette or something like that. So we can be back then in 10 minutes if that's okay with everyone. Thank you.
Okay, see you later.
Hello, I think it's 11:40 now. I hope that you can see on your screens the questions that were asked so far. We will make a cutoff for the questions that were asked about eligibility now and discuss them a little bit. And then we will move on to the next topic. The first question was, is it mandatory to collaborate with any third party for co-financing of the project? Let's just clarify the use of the term third party. You've heard Ivana that she mentioned financial support to third parties. This is about regranting, like typically maybe a project where there is a plan to support some other organizations that are not neither applicant or co-applicant. You want to support some smaller scale, less developed organizations. You want to give them some financial means like the European Union is giving to you. You want to act in the same capacity and do regranting. Regranting is anyhow not envisaged in this particular lot. So in that sense, just not to confuse the terms, when you see in the guidelines these third parties, this is what it means. It means regranting. Regranting. Financial support to third parties is a little bit strange term, but this is what it means. It means regranting. I assume that the person who asked the question actually refers to, like other third parties that are supposed to co-finance the project. We don't have such rules in terms of this particular call. In terms of co-financing, you need to provide some co-financing to this project. Typically on the European Union projects, grants, calls for proposals, you have a certain amount of funds that you can apply for from the EU, and then you're expected to provide some co-financing, some money, some financial resources to the project as well. These funds, co-financing funds, they can originate from your own financial resources, they can originate from some other donor, they cannot originate from EU. So, I mean, if you have like an EU funded project already running and you would like to use the money that you received from that project to co-finance this project that you're applying for, that's not possible. So the only important rule is that you cannot use EU funding to co-finance the project. In terms of a specific list of third parties that we would like you to have in terms of co-founders of your action, that's not applicable to this particular call. In terms of the implementation of the project as well, during the implementation of the project, if you pass all these circles and you eventually are awarded the project, you will be working with the contracting authority. Contracting authority is EU office, and typically also EU funds a service contract, grant support team, this is us. This is I'm working in this GST team. Also, Ivana is a short-term expert, and some of my colleagues present here today as well. And then our role is to support the monitoring and the implementation of the project. So you could call us that particular third parties, but we don't provide any co-financing to the project. How do we find the second question? I mean, I hope that this replies to your question. The second question was, how do we find Turkish Cypriot organizations for a potential partnership? I've already shared on chat. Let me see if I opened the... Can you please just confirm if you can see this website now, the CSO database? And I'll share it also in chat. I've already shared the link on this particular website. You will be able to find links to and addresses and details of the civil society organizations in the north, so to speak, in Turkish Cypriot community. This is the database that is managed by the a project, a service contract, another service contract that we from the GST are collaborating with. Civic Space, they are also supporting development of civil society organizations in Turkish Cypriot community. So as one of the actions within their portfolio, they developed this database. Of course, you're not obliged to use this database. You can use other resources, your own contacts, etc., etc. But this is just a resource that can help you. Question number 3, are there any possibilities to propose on the research advocacy in the field of built environment? I would say there is no provision in the call which says that this is not possible, that this is forbidden, that this is something that you shouldn't be doing. The best thing always and the best advice always is for you to analyze guidelines for applicants, analyze potential illustrations of the eligible actions and projects, and not to confuse you, the core activity of your lot 1 projects is supposed to be research, but by no means, you know, there's no gold plating in this call. So it's a lot of common sense. I mean, yes, if you want to do advocacy as well as research, maybe you've produced a research and then you want to do few advocacy activities or some advocacy activities to further support the impact of the project, that's of course possible. So we're not looking for projects in lot 1 which are pure research, nothing else. It's possible to also plan some side activities, maybe training, maybe advocacy, maybe some visibility, public awareness, maybe some meetings with decision makers or with the target group, and many other activities as well, of course, provided they fit within the budget. Question number 4 was about the NGO database, possibly if we have any contacts or any resources for the NGO database in the South. I'm going to share also in the chat the website of the NGO Support Center, which we would recommend to use. There's this chat here. On the website, this is an NGO Support Center. Let me try to open also their website so you can have a look. This is their website. They don't have a particular database on their website, but they're a resource center for the NGOs as well. And I would personally recommend to maybe get in contact with them to ask for any partnership needs. Also, if you are a Turkish Cypriot community organization, you can directly contact Civic Space as well. And then maybe they can also provide resources for collaboration in the South. Okay. So in terms of question number 4, that was that. Question number 5, could the lead applicants apply lot 1 with 2 co-applicants? there is no limit to the number of partners that are involved in the partnership. Theoretically speaking, you could have one lead applicant, you need to have one lead applicant. So there is only one lead applicant. But in terms of the number of co-applicants, there are no specific rules under this call. Theoretically speaking, you can apply with 2 co-applicants, with 5 co-applicants, with 10 co-applicants, as long as this is manageable. Don't, you're not going to receive any additional points. It's not done like automatically, because maybe you have a lot of partners and maybe this is really good because you've covered the entire sector, but then also bear in mind that it's difficult to manage this partnership, so, try to use sound reasoning as well and some common sense in the number of co-applicants. However, the requirement is that at minimum, you need to have 1 co-applicant from the Republic and 1 co-applicant from Turkish Cypriot community. So that is the minimum. There needs to be 2 applicants, whereas 1 is registered in the Republic, another one is registered in Turkish Cypriot community. But you could have like 5 co-applicants and more. It's absolutely up to you to decide on this number. Question number 5, could the lead I'm sorry, I answered question number 5 already. Question number 6, the universities are then not eligible to apply? Yes, but then also, it doesn't mean that you as a researcher, as a professor, as a dean, like as someone working in the university, as someone working as a professor at the university or assistant professor or teaching assistant or a student at the end of the day, that you can't apply. You can, but you are applying in the capacity of an individual. It's not university that's applying, but it's you individually as a natural person, as a physical entity, as one individual. You are applying in that capacity to this call. Question number 7, is it possible for the lead partner to be from the Republic, or the lead should always be from the Turkish Cypriot community? The lead applicant can be either from the Republic or the Turkish Cypriot community. There are no rules regarding that. Also, is it possible for universities from Cyprus to be included as affiliate partners? I already mentioned that, but I will say again, affiliated entities, for them, you need to fulfill the same eligibility criteria as for the co-applicants and applicants. Affiliated entities is a little bit, it's like with these third parties. It's a little bit specific term in this call for proposals, Europe-paid terminology. Typically, like you could maybe have like an NGO, and this NGO establishes like a social business. This social business is maybe established, it's a separate legal entity, but established by the NGO. That would be, the definition of an affiliated entity in terms of Europe-paid terminology, just to clarify that. But yes, I mean, they still need to be civil society organizations, they still need to be non-profit, etc., etc. So they cannot, be affiliated entities. I have to say also that, like all our answers, please don't take them as definite answers, yes or no. If you want to receive an official opinion of the contracting authority about any aspect or any eligibility criteria, you need to be aware of the fact that contracting authority cannot give you an advanced opinion on the eligibility, because eligibility is determined in terms of the organizations that are applying by studying the articles of establishment, statute, and like the documents that you submit via PADUR. We will discuss about this tomorrow. So this info session is not meant for you to give for us to give you any definite answer like yes or no, but by reading the guidelines you can understand that if it says that they need to fulfill, affiliated entities need to fulfill all the eligibility criteria as applicants and co-applicants, that again we have this case that universities are not in the list of eligible categories. Question number 8, it's the same as question number 7 basically. Question number 9, does the 5 years of professional experience also cover the period of postgraduate studies? We haven't made any special rules in terms of professional experience, postgraduate studies, when was it obtained, and so on and so forth. In the eligibility criteria for the researchers, for individual researchers that are applying, you will see that it's like either PhD or 5 years of professional experience. We will discuss this a little bit when we come to the next question, which deals with eligibility criteria of the researchers, which is question number 10. How does the natural person demonstrate that he or she obtained a PhD degree in the relevant field at the time of submitting the concept notes? I would kindly ask my colleague Nilay also to provide a little bit of additional answer to this question, because she's going to talk a little bit about this registration process in PADOR and what kind of supporting documents you need to upload there as well. So Nilay, if you are available, please go ahead.
Yes, sure. Hello everyone. Thank you for listening to us today. To answer this question, actually it's not required at the time of submitting the concept notes that you will need to demonstrate your status as a researcher, but later at the full application stage. So currently, both natural persons and the legal persons will need to register on PADOR in order to be able to later submit their application on Prospect. Tomorrow in the morning, at the first session, I will provide you more information about that. But specifically to answer this question, in order to demonstrate your status as a researcher, you will need to provide a PhD diploma or demonstrate at least 5 years of professional experience as a researcher in the fields relevant for the specific lots priorities that you are applying under. So eventually you will need to demonstrate, you will need to provide either a PhD degree or demonstrate your experience on a CV. But it will be required later if you are successful and you pass the first stage, which is the concept note stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Nilay. Thanks very much. Let's move on then. Can NGOs from the UK be affiliated entities or associates? I will try to open the guidelines. I hope that you can see the guidelines as well. Let's see. You will see in the guidelines that there are some criteria for co-applicants for Lot 1, Lot 2. And these criteria, they mentioned the co-applicants in Lot 1 and Lot 2. You have to have minimum 2 of them, as we already mentioned. One needs to be registered in Cyprus Republic, the other one in TCC. It is possible, you can see this last point here, it is possible that entities meeting other eligibility criteria that are legally established in a member state of the European Union or on the territory of the member state of the European Economic Area or on the territory of candidate countries for accession to the EU are eligible. UK, after Brexit, is neither the member state or a part of the European Economic Area. It's not a candidate country for accession. So, again, we cannot really give you definite yes or no, but by reading the guidelines and by understanding that for affiliated entities, which is explained later on in the text, they are saying that, they need to fulfill all these other criteria that are applicable for applicants and co-applicants. You see this sentence, affiliated entities must satisfy the same eligibility criteria as the lead applicant and the co-applicants. Therefore, it would probably be impossible in this call for the UK-based organizations to act as affiliated entities. The person who asked this question also asked about whether they can actually be associates. In the section 212 of the guidelines, you will see a little paragraph about these associates. It's section 212. It's page 14 of the guidelines. The section says other organizations or individuals may be involved in the action. They play a real role in the action that may not receive funding from the grant, with the exception of per diem and travel costs. So the answer is UK universities, yes, they can be associates, but please bear in mind that what we usually in like community, what we consider associates, this is a little bit different in EU European terminology. About budgeting, you will not be requested to send full budget now. You're sending only an estimate of your budget, but I assume that you will need to do some budgeting in order to finalize your project, and like to give a realistic estimate of these funds that you are asking for. Please bear in mind that if these associates are involved in the project, you can only pay them per diems and travel costs. You cannot have them delivering some services, you cannot have them in human resources, etc., etc. So the only budget lines that they can actually use, per diems and travel costs. Okay.
Alexandra, sorry to interrupt, but for certain reason we cannot see the guidelines on the screen.
Yeah, probably I need to
have done a new share and then selected the document.
Okay, can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going back to the guidelines now, just to point you to this section 212, associates and contractors, and there is this little paragraph here which explains associates, page 14 of the guidelines. So you can always, and just for your information, this template for guidelines, this is a typical template of Europaid funding, and you will always find in Europaid funding one and the same template of these guidelines. So, for any future reference, if you're applying to some Europaid calls, this is also useful that you know that for these associates, there is this section, wording is typically one and the same across the calls in TCC, but currently also, let's say, in Mozambique or elsewhere. Okay, so I'll go new share and then go back to questions. Question number 12. Again, I would kindly ask Nilay to provide the answer. For the lot 1, is it compulsory to provide bank statement when submitting the concept note as a natural person? That was the question.
Yes. Sorry, other screens are opening in front of me. Yes, it is. As it is obligatory for this call to be registered on PADOR, for natural persons, in order to demonstrate your identification and your address, a bank statement is required alongside an identification document. So the bank statement actually, a bank statement or a bank book, it doesn't really matter. The information critical there is your name and the address. So this will be used as a proof of the place of establishment for you, because under lot 1, are as the partnerships of a Greek Cypriot individual and a Turkish Cypriot individual as researchers is obligatory, then we will need to confirm the place of establishment. So this document will be used only for that purpose. It's not for, checking your financial capacity or anything as such. So to answer your question, yes, it is compulsory. Thank you.
Thanks. So this is about bank statements. Question number 13, should we collaborate with non-profit making international research network organization during the implementation of the project? It's possible. It's possible to collaborate. It's not an obligation. You can, if you want to. If this is something that's feasible for you, if you have good links. But again, bear in mind that this international research network or organization needs to be either registered in EU member states, European Economic Area states, pre-accession countries to the European Union, that it cannot be registered, let's say, in China or in the United States of America or something like that. That's the answer to the question. Question number 14, should we propose trainings at the community level for any STEM subject project proposals? It's possible. It's possible. The topics of the research are listed in the guidelines. They belong to natural sciences as well as social and humanistic sciences, humanities and social sciences as well. It's, you know, like we don't have any rules as to, you cannot do a research in, you know, applied mathematics or something like that. But as I said, the overall idea is to have a bicommunal impact, bicommunal effect, bicommunal collaboration between the researchers. So have that in mind. Also, I mentioned when replying to the first question about advocacy, it's possible to plan other side activities. It doesn't necessarily need to be only research. You can plan. Research needs to be a part of your project, of course, because this is research lot, but you can also include trainings or advocacy activities or capacity building activities, visibility activities, and any other activities that you see fit within your project logic. Does the grant, question number 15, does the grant allow us to purchase equipment for the research purposes? Let me go again to the guidelines. Just to draw your attention to one thing. You will see in the list of ineligible types of actions that projects in which the purchase of equipment represents more than 50% of direct eligible costs in the budget for lot 1 are not eligible. What does it mean? To answer your question, it's possible to plan purchase of equipment, but up to 50% of direct eligible actions. Direct eligible actions are easily understood if you look at the template for the budget, which is a part of this call for proposals, because there is a budget line which says direct eligible costs. I am not going to go into details there because, as I said, anyhow, you're not now sending the full budget, but just for you to know, if you are planning to purchase some equipment, research equipment, laboratory equipment, any other similar equipment that's required for your project, up to 50% of direct eligible costs. This is important to have in mind. Okay, let's go back to questions. Again, this question number 16. What if our project proposal considers a research advocacy in the built environment? I think that question was already asked, such as developing a certain guidelines for policy making decisions in the field of built environment. As I replied already, yes, you're looking into research, but not research as per se. Generation of knowledge is important as it is, you know, it's a value in general human development. But in this particular call, yes, we are looking for generation of knowledge, empirical data and information and data. Yes, of course, but also putting them into the relevance, into the relevance with the specific objectives and the overall objective of this call. And it doesn't necessarily need to be research only. It can be research plus development of recommendations for policy making, policy work as well. Policy research is also a type of research that you can do under this lot. And it can include, your project can include, apart from the research, also awareness, visibility, advocacy, working with decision makers, developing policy proposals, developing practice proposals to ensure that enforcement of a certain value is in place throughout the duty bearers or something like that. So it's possible, but please also understand that it's not our role to tell you what to do in a way. This is a very kind of like a liberal arrangement where it's expected from the participants, from the, like potential applicants and applicants at the end to propose their project. We are not the masters of your development, but you are, so you are supposed to come up together and design your project proposal and then submit it to us. And as long as it fits in the guidelines, it will be accepted and then assessed. And then, like we will discuss how this assessment goes on so that you can also understand how the quality of the projects is assessed. Does the contracting authority expects from us to demonstrate a novel design applications for any policy making decisions within the objectives of this call? The contracting authority expects what they depicted and detailed in the guidelines for applicants, nothing else. So if you want to do some policy work, as I said already, it's possible. There is this requirement that we are looking for novel, innovative in a way, like projects. It doesn't need to mean that now you need to go into virtual reality and, like propose something that has never been seen before. It also doesn't mean that you cannot do a follow-up of a previous research or a, if maybe there is an institution that does some kind of a longitudinal study, maybe you want to also fund a part of that study through this research, that's also possible. But of course, we cannot fund a research that has already taken place. If a research has taken place already, what is the point then of repeating this research? If it is the same research, if it is not a follow-up research, and if it doesn't bring any new knowledge into the scientific community and the academic community as such. Can we have TC co-applicants that do not reside in Cyprus? In lot 1, you have this minimum. One co-applicant needs to come from Republic, one co-applicant needs to be from Turkish Cypriot community. It's possible to have a third partner, fourth partner, and so on and so forth. They maybe do not reside in Cyprus at the moment, but then again, they need to be established in those countries which I mentioned, EU member states, European Economic Area states, or pre-accession countries. Also bear in mind that the location of the project is Cyprus. So naturally, like if we are maybe talking about a person who is living in Germany, let's say a researcher from Germany, you want to involve that person in this project. There are no rules whether that person needs to reside in Germany or in Cyprus, and to the extent, like 80% of time needs to be spent here or something like that. But because the location of the project is Cyprus, it's expected that activities are taking place in Cyprus. So eventually they would need to get to Cyprus to implement some of the activities under the project. The core of the activities under the project needs to take place sorry, in Cyprus. Question number 19, should we make an open access scientific publication as a research output of the proposed project, and could the fee of an open access publication be accounted in the financial planning of the project? Yes, it can be accounted, provided it meets other eligibility cost criteria. It can be planned. That's reasonable. You're encouraged to publish your research in like global scientific community, of course, but it's not a requirement of this particular call. Yes, of course, we would like to see development of good scientific articles and publishing of these articles, but this is not a requirement. So yes, I mean, you can plan open access scientific publication and fee can be included, but this is not a requirement, just to mention. And then we have 2 more questions. Can public schools apply for this lot? Unfortunately, same as with universities. Let's go back to the guidelines for applicants just for a second. In the guidelines for applicants, you will see like the contracting authority is trying to explain to you who is eligible to apply for this call. And then we see for lot 1, be a legal person or a natural person, be non-profit making, registered or established in Cyprus. For legal person, to be a civil society organization. And then we go back to footnote number 18. And in this footnote number 18, non-governmental organization, chambers, think tank, academic organizations, academic activities, and so on and so forth. There is no mention of public schools. And because we are talking about civil society organizations that are outside of the public sector, that would not be typical to see a public school being recognized as a civil society organization. However, this doesn't mean that a teacher working in public school cannot apply for this particular call, but then the same applies as with, universities. You're applying individually in the capacity of a researcher who is at the same time a teacher or maybe working on some other position in the public school. The school is not applying to this particular call. Okay. So this is the answer to that question. Let's go back. I think that we received one more question during the time that I was presenting the answers. The partnership between a physical person from one community should always be with another physical person, or the partnership can be a physical person with an NGO. Yes. In theory, you can have one individual, let's say from the Republic, a researcher, and an NGO from the Turkish Cypriot community collaborating together, and maybe they have some other partners involved in the project, or vice versa. It could be, like an individual researcher from the Turkish Cypriot community collaborating with a civil society organization from the south. It doesn't have to be that NGO collaborates with an NGO and an individual collaborates with an individual. It's non-linear. It can mix in between as well. And let me just check for the end if there are there are two more questions. There are two more questions that I will answer to, and then we will finish with the.
If you like, I can also answer, Alexandra, because first one is the same question basically.
Okay. Go ahead. Thanks, Nilay.
Hello again. So for 5 years of professional research experience, you will need to provide your CV showing this, but not currently at the concept note stage, later at the full application stage. So to prove that you're a researcher, either a PhD diploma or a CV demonstrating 5 years of professional research experience, relevant for the lot's priorities of the specific lot that you are applying under. So please make sure that your experience is suitable with the priorities. The next question is, can we apply as a natural person and conduct scientific research by using the opportunities of university? It's important to note actually that the universities, besides not being eligible as partners, as applicants, as lead applicants, as co-applicants, as affiliated entities and associates, they are also not eligible as contractors. Therefore, if you buy any services or equipment via university, or if you rent any equipment and you have to pay them from the budget, this will not be eligible in the end, because they are not, universities are not, as I said, eligible as contractors as well. So you shouldn't be buying any equipment, services, or renting anything from the universities. I hope that answers your question, Cengiz. If you want to elaborate it a bit more, if I have not answered it entirely, please do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Nilay. That's all from my side. I think that we've answered all the questions. We will need to eventually make a cutoff for the questions, and then we'll do a question and answer session at later stage. But there's been something else in the chat. If we use the instrument of the uni without paying, if we use the instrument of the uni without paying university, I guess you mean You know, resources of the university can be used as such, you know, that's not forbidden, but they cannot appear as applicants or co-applicants or affiliated entities. But if you want to use the resources that they have, let's say maybe a library or a laboratory or something like that, it's advisable to explain this in the concept note stage, and then if you're invited for the full application stage, again elaborate on this a little bit more. And if the contracting authority has any particular questions or doubts about it, they will get back to you individually. For the time being, important thing is not to have universities as applicants and co-applicants to this action. I know that I didn't answer fully to the question, but perhaps you are thinking about a specific arrangement where we would need to have individual consultations to actually provide a more meaningful answer. So I would invite you then maybe to address us through our help desk, and then maybe we can have an individual consultation session to clarify any doubts regarding this particular question. Okay, thanks for these questions. And I hope that I provided the answers. We will now try to let's make another short break, I think, because we are now moving into a field of result-based management, something different. This was a little bit of bureaucracy. Now we're moving into something a little bit more abstract. So yes, I would suggest that we let's make a 12-minute break. I have 12:18, and then we can come back at 12:20 to discuss result-based management, if that's fine with everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. I see I have 12:35 on my watch, even though I realize that on my phone I have some different time, so I don't know why is this the case. Welcome back to after the short break. We will make a slight adjustment to the agenda because I've seen that you still have a lot of questions about eligibility criteria, even though we had info sessions and so on and so forth. So I just felt that we need some time to spend on these questions and answers and to spend some time on eligibility criteria. It's quite complex. It includes trajectories of different complexities, and therefore, you know, like maybe we adjust a little bit the dynamics of this day one today. So we will move on to the topic of result-based management, log frame approach, result-based management. This is the official approach of Europe aid funding. And we will do a presentation about that. And then following the finalization of the session on result-based management, we will do a Q&A session. And then we've prepared a short test for you, like a short quiz to have a little bit of interaction between us as well. Budgeting is, as I said, you're now providing only an estimate. It is an important topic, but we will then move this topic to day 2. Tomorrow morning, we will discuss PADOR in the beginning, and then also budgeting, and then other elements which we envisaged for tomorrow also. So just for you to know that we will be making this little shift. All these topics are equally important, and it's important for you to understand eligibility criteria and the call provisions, but it's also important for you to understand the result-based management conceptual framework and the elements.
Το πλαίσιο και τα στοιχεία του πλαισίου που αφορούν.
Anladıktan sonra kavram belgenizi nasıl hazırlayacağınızı daha net.
Best proposal. So thanks. Like I said during the presentation, like we did it before, any questions, please go on. Even if you have some questions about eligibility, which you just thought of, it's fine, or any other questions that are, of course, related to this call and your submission process. Go ahead, use the chat, and I'm giving the.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. So as Alexandra has said, we will focus on the preparation of the proposals of all the important elements, because here's some illustration that you might like, that people are talking and they say, agreed, we found only those proposals that we can understand. So make your proposals starting from the concept note and then later on full application. Make them understandable, not only for you, and in this case, academic sector, which is more related to lot 1, and research sector and language. So please try to use as much as possible some common language, understandable language for everyone who might read your proposals. So please try to have that in mind when you will start drafting. Okay, so which are the elements of the result-based management? So the result-based management, as Alexandra has mentioned, is very, very important to establish. And for you to understand which are the elements, how to prepare the logical framework matrix, so how to address all the relevant activities, assumptions for achievement of these activities, possible risks, together with problems, causes of problems. So you need to envisage everything in order to properly propose all the relevant activities and outputs and achievement of results of your actions. So at first, you should start with identifying target groups and final beneficiaries. We will have later on the kind of explanation or definition what target groups and final beneficiaries mean for those of you who are maybe not very clear, and identifying and designing programs to meet the needs of those identified target groups and final beneficiaries. So you need to design your actions to meet the needs of the target groups and final beneficiaries. You need to define realistic expected results, which are based on appropriate analysis. So you need to do analysis, a proper analysis to define what is needed for you to achieve the results, and this needs to be presented in realistic manner. You should identify risk and propose mitigation measures which are relevant for mitigating such risk if such activity or such risk occur. And then you should monitor progress towards results with the use of appropriate indicators. So you will have to identify the indicators, so the measurement of your success, where the contracting authority and yourself within your monitoring activities, you will follow the achievement of your results. So if your project lasts, for example, 2 years, you will have to monitor as well as the contracting authority through reporting, checking of the reports and some other activities that they may perform. They will monitor your progress for the reason behind is to see how you are proceeding with the implementation, with the achievement of the outputs, if it's in line with the proposed time frame, if there are some additional risk, and so on. So it is basically changeable. When I'm talking about the change, I think I should stress even now that you should think well in advance, because in line with the timetable, which is available somewhere at the end of the guidelines for applicants, it is envisaged that these contracts will be signed somewhere in the spring next year. It's provisional date, so only the dates for the deadline for proposals and for publishing questions and answers from the side of the contracting authority are fixed dates. All the other dates in that table, like informing you about the next step, completion of the evaluation, eligibility check, and also the potential date and month, to be more precise, for the contract signature, are provisional dates. That means that they are not fixed. They are changeable, because this is really a long process, includes lots of actors, and there are really complex procedures that needs to be strictly followed by the contracting authority. And that's why you should take into account that what you plan today, if you will be successful, you will start implementing somewhere April, maybe even later, maybe a bit earlier, we don't know, but somewhere around April. So it's basically more than one year's time. You will start implementing it. So take all that into consideration when you are planning the activities, when you are planning the relevant outputs, the results to be achieved, and especially the indicators, the measurement of your success. Result-based management is also important for increasing the knowledge by learning lessons and integrating them into decisions. So it's a learning process as well. And reporting on results achieved and the resources involved. So you will have to report. There are standard templates for the reporting during the implementation, depending on the size and value of your grant, depending on the duration of the grant, you will need to supply and carefully prepare and to supply all the supporting documents together with the reports, and where you will also prove what you have been achieved until that point of the reporting and which resources you have used. In other words, how much money have you spent and so on. So these are the basic elements. I would just like to point out some differences between the, let's say, previous activity-based approach, which was more in the focus of the EU projects, which is PCM. Probably most of you have heard about it, versus result-based approach. So basically, the main difference is in focus. So focus in PCM is activity-based, but focus on the result-based approach is the title is saying is on the results. So you should not lose the sight of the real objects and goals by creating jobs and staying busy. So you should not just work, implement the activities, because it doesn't necessarily mean that you will achieve the results. So you should focus on the results, on the measurement of the results, and then to implement the activities in such manner. Basically what is said that result-based management, why this kind of change from project cycle management to from activity-based approach to a result-based approach is that the right-based approach management is doing things right. Why is that? Because it basically provides more tools and directives on what should be done, and to ensure that the project design will be performed in the participatory way, and to make sure that one takes into consideration any assumptions and risks. So everything is taken into consideration by using certain tools, and to to make a clear picture what should be done, how it should be done. So with regards to some examples, this is in the table. This is related more to sales. It doesn't have to do anything especially with regards to your lot, but it's very simple example for everyone to understand, in my opinion. So you should not define the activity in a sense writing weekly sales report, but you should establish the goals, and the goal would be increase sales by 10%. That is basically the indicator. Then the activity would be handling customer complaints and our problems. But how to measure it? You should focus on the goal, on the output, and that is to reduce customer turnover by 15%. The other example will be meeting weekly to discuss new product development projects. So this is focus on the activity, but better to focus on the goal and to say, we will launch 5 new products this year. Also, participating in quality control training program. It's not only about the participation, but action. So what is the actions? To cut production waste by 20%. So this is kind of let's say comparison on which you should base your preparation and how to measure it. So another difference is here in the table. So in the activity-based approach, you should focus on the activities. On the other hand, for the result-based approach, you should focus on the results. For the activity-based approach, you should enhance programming and proposal design, but on the other hand, it would be better to focus on institutional accountability, effectiveness, and efficacy. So in the activity-based approach, you need to gather information about achievement of result at any level in the logical framework matrix. So these are outputs, outcomes, purpose, and overall objectives. But in the result-based approach, you should focus on reporting and corrective action established by assessing actual results versus planned results. So you are comparing what you have planned to achieve and what you have achieved, and you are monitoring and following the achievement of the results. So for example, in your case, the indicator can be the number of or research published in the relevant publications, and you can put a number, for example, 10. And during the implementation of your action, you will see, you know, so first cutoff date will be maybe after a year, and then you will check how much articles or you know, researches have published, and in similar way, it will be monitored by the contracting authority as well, to see if it is feasible until the end of the project really to achieve what you have planned, in the sense of achieving the results of your projects. And in activity-based approach, reporting system is focused on the activities. So you report on the activities, but on the results-based management, you should focus reporting system on performance. So these are some differences to make it a bit easier for you. So in the context of grants, what would be the results? So we have an overall objective, which is the objective of the grant scheme, to which you can only contribute. Basically, you cannot achieve the overall objective by yourself, but it is an initiative that is divided here under this grant scheme on 3 lots, and all the grant beneficiaries, once when they start the grant contract and start implementing it, they should create this impact and jointly achieve the overall objective. It's not something that you will achieve by yourself. But the big objectives, you could certainly contribute more. And these are specific objective. There is, for each lot, there is a different specific objective. So please take a look again, because we already passed through this, but you should focus and to think that you will certainly contribute also and to achieve the specific objective of this grant scheme. And on the level of the results, you should achieve the outputs of the project. So you will envisage some outputs in line with the activities that you will propose that will all lead to the achievement of the overall result, or more results that you may propose. So with regards to logical framework approach, that is basically the result-based management tool that is used for systematic planning, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating projects and programs. So it is used in all the processes, starting from the planning, then implementing it, monitoring, and at the end evaluating the success of the project or the program on the higher level. So this approach should be result-oriented, because we said it's a result-based management tool. It should not be activity-driven. It should systematically and logically set objectives and their relationships. It should show whether objectives have been achieved, as I mentioned earlier, the indicators, if they have been achieved, and the indicators also serves later for monitoring and evaluation of the success of your project. And it describes external factors, which is also very, very important, that could influence your project success. So these are some assumptions, maybe you say preconditions for successful implementation of your project, and potential risk that might occur during the implementation of the project. So you should try to think very widely here and to establish what are the assumptions, what are the risks, to propose the mitigation measures, how will you cope if some of the risks occur. So, to show that you have a clear picture of potential constraints, but also, as I said earlier, you should think way in advance. You are basically starting in at least 1 year's time. And if your project is, for example, of maximum duration of 36 months, so it's quite long period. So try to think in that direction, more in the future. And the main outputs of the log frame approach is the log frame matrix. So you have a template in the list of templates under the call. And this log frame matrix you will have to fulfill and submit with the full application. But what is important to stress now? Basically, it would be really, really good to have developed such matrix, or at least some picture of it. So I encourage you to download this template. Here are some instructions from the template on this slide. And there are some other instructions in the template itself. So I would really advise you to go through it, even to try to prepare the logical framework matrix, because at certain point, when you will be invited, if you will be invited for the second step, you will have to go in many more details with regards to activities, results, indicators, and so on and so forth. So in that sense, it would be good to envisage now as much as possible and to already have this intervention logic, in front of you, not to have it only in your head, but to try to have it in front of you, to try to prepare it in order to have less, let's say, problems later on in the second step, when you will have to actually submit this logical framework matrix, which will have to follow to the certain extent, or let's say completely, but there are some possibilities for changes. I will mention later on, but not much, basically. So you should have the clear picture even now at this stage, in order not to have problems later on if you will be invited to submit the full proposal. So this, basically this logical framework is a table that captures the hierarchy of results, of the action and impact and outcome and output levels in very structured ways. There is an intervention logic that is shown here on the left with these arrows. So you have some preconditions in order to achieve the activities. You have some costs that you will use and means, so like inputs, staff, other resources to implement these activities. For on each level, you have some assumptions and risks for achievement. And by implementing these activities, you will have to achieve or accomplish or deliver the outputs, which will be also subject of examination of the contracting authority. You will need to provide all the outputs that you have produced, prepared, delivered, procured, whatever you have envisaged. And then again, you have some assumptions and risks to achieve the outcomes in our case. And the last step is achievement, how you will contribute to the strategic objective, which is basically the impact or the long-term expected effect of the action that is fulfilling the overall objective. So the outcomes would be the midterm expected effects, and the impact is the long-term expected effect. As I said, you will just achievement of this long-term expected effect. So it is very important to, to assess the links between each levels. And of course, later on, this local framework matrix, as submitted in the form while preparing it for the full application, second step, it will become a part of your grant contract, as well as the description of the action. So your proposal, your full proposal will be part of the contract. And what is part of the contract? It is basically the contract obligation. So there will be some possibilities for some smaller change. You will see later on, but as I said, not much. So please try to, try to envisage, try to be as precise as possible you can be in this point when you are planning and fulfilling this matrix. What I would certainly recommend, even to have it ready at this stage. Even though you are not submitting it, it would be better to have it and to have a clear picture. Okay, so here are some examples, not examples, but how can you ask yourself some questions when you're fulfilling this matrix. So on the level of the results, these are the services to be delivered to the intended beneficiaries or target groups. For the project purpose, these are the benefits to be received by the project beneficiaries or target group. And the overall objective is the long-term benefits to beneficiaries and wider benefits to the other groups. With regards to indicators, which needs to be verifiable, they need to provide you measures to verify to what extent each level has been, if it has been fulfilled. So the overall objective, if it has been fulfilled, the project purpose, if it has been fulfilled, and the results, if they are, to which extent the results are produced. You will need to identify the sources of verification. Basically, those are data sources for the indicators where it will be checked the achievement of the indicators that you have envisaged. So it's quite complex, but on the other hand, when you have it, you have the whole project, and when you do it right, you have the whole project in front of you, and basically you are safe if you will be selected, that you will be able to implement actually these projects. So I have some slides. Maybe we'll not have time to go into details, but I have put them just, for your reference when you will start preparing the concept note, to have basically some materials, additional materials to be used when thinking about the project, when developing the concept of the project. So I would advise you to use the presentation also later on. So this is a result change. So basically I talked a bit about it as well. So I would just advise you to look also at this DigiNIR guidelines of the results chain, just to take into consideration what could be the inputs, what could be the activities, what means the outputs of the activities, what are the specific objectives and overall objectives. So this is from the European Commission. So I would advise you just to go briefly through this when you will start preparing and maybe even you started preparing and thinking about the project, use these tools for sure. What is about the accountability ceiling? That is basically the line between the impact level and the outcome of the action. So that is the reason why the impact derives, the reason why you are doing basically some action. From the side of the European Union, the contribution approach is very much appreciated. So you should certainly show it in your proposal. You should identify results which are directly linked to the EU support. Of course, as we talked even earlier, try to see and to be in line what is basically current situation from the side of the EU support in the reports. At the beginning of the presentation, you have the link. So you should be the one responsible that you are in line with all the current initiatives by the EU, and especially in your sector for the law that you're applying. You should also contribute to the overall objective of this grant scheme by following and proposing action, which is consists of set of activities which are in line with the proposed activities and actions listed in the guidelines. So this intervention logic basically summarizes the way to the change, the pathway to the change. But you know, not all the levels we can control or influence on the same way. So take that also into account. Okay, I already mentioned that the global objective will not be achieved by the project alone, but will require the impact of other programs and projects as well. So what is the specific objective? So you can ask yourself this question: why is the project needed for the beneficiaries? This objective should be achieved as a result of the project implementation. It should bring a benefit to the target groups, and ideally to have only one specific objective, not to disperse, but to, you know, to focus on the one specific objectives. It at the end defines the project success at the end, and a clear distinction should be made between the specific objective and the results. Specific objective and the assumptions should lead to the achievement of or contribution to the global objective. Some questions that you can use in the preparation of the logical framework. So what are you planning to achieve? So what are the plans? Why you are planning to achieve what you have defined? How do you plan to achieve? So the arrows are leading you to the log frame matrix template where to focus. So how do you plan to achieve it, and what else is relevant to take into consideration? And now we have prepared a short video. So I propose we watch it together for the problem 3 analysis technique. So it lasts only 2 minutes. So you should be able to see, okay, just to see once again, to open. Okay. Can you all see?
Yes, I can see.
To understand the underlying problem in the community of interest and explore what's causing it, what interventions could solve it, and how long the intervention would need to last for it to be effective. The project will thus be designed accordingly. There are many strategic ways to identify the focal
Okay. Just a second.
Welcome, guys, to Monitoring and Evaluation Made Simple. I'm your host, Coach Alexander. If you're here for the very first time, please do to subscribe to this.
Sorry. So let's go back to the presentation. I hope you have liked this video. You will certainly have the possibility to look it once more. And okay. Just to see where we stand. Okay, here we are. Okay. Sorry, it seems something has been closed. So this is the presentation now. Okay, so we have this logical framework development, which is basically illustrated by this problem tree analysis. So maybe you can even find some additional materials on the web, and it can also serve you as some example or to give you some advices. But anyhow, you will be able to ask our support to the help desk, as we have mentioned earlier. Okay, let's move on. So this is like one result chain example where we have an overall objective, the impact, which in this case would be to contribute to the generation of knowledge and evidence that is relevant for the reunification of Cyprus. And then it is recommended to have maximum 3 specific objectives, but maybe better to focus on one. And you have indicators for the measurement of achievement of these specific objectives. And then on the level of outputs, you certainly have more outputs related to each result. And you will have to define also the indicators for the achievement of the results. Some types of outcomes that we have. So you can involve different types of changes. for example, changes in perception, in the attitude, in the feelings, in beliefs or values, and certainly the changes in knowledge, which is maybe the most applicable here, skills or level of functioning, then the behaviors or practices, conditions, status, like socioeconomic status can reflect formal or informal status, or policies. So I don't know if my colleague Alexandra would like to add here something. So
Yes, what I would like to is just to go back to the fundamentals. Why are we talking about this result-based management? Very often you have there is a possibility somewhere, an opportunity, a funding is promoted, and you want to use this opportunity. And very often people start from activities. They go, okay, so I'm going to do one training for 25 people, and I'm going to do, like an awareness raising campaign, and I'm going to do this and that. And they start their planning from the activities point of view, like what would I like to do? And then that's basically not the official approach of the Europaid funding, because Europaid funding says, no, we don't want to have activity-based projects any longer. Of course, it's always nice to see some innovative activities, but we would also like to see how all these activities fit in the result framework. And this is why I mentioned over several times already, like research per se, generation of knowledge per se is really not enough. You also somehow need to elaborate in your concept notes, and we will discuss tomorrow how does this concept note look and what elements does it include. You also need to elaborate how this activity, which you are now presenting to us, this set of activities fits in the result framework of this call for a proposal, and what is the internal result chain of your particular project. This is why log frame is important. You are not submitting this log frame currently, you are submitting a 5-page concept note. But in this concept note, you're still supposed to elaborate your result chain, and you're supposed to elaborate the overall objective of your project, specific objectives of your projects, outputs, and activities. So when you start planning your projects, please research this problem tree approach to planning. It is a very, very old technique. Nothing new in terms of the organizational sciences. I'm sure that a lot of you are already familiar with this technique. And try to do the project design and project planning by looking into results. Because at the end of the day, like we can always say, we supported 53 grants, but it doesn't mean anything. Because, like what have these grants actually achieved? What were their results? This is what interests us. We can always say, like, we've done a training for 24 people on concept note development, but the measure of success of our training is not the fact that we've organized that training, but it's, like how many of those participants have actually learned, what was the change in their knowledge or in their attitudes, if this was the idea of the training, etc. So it's just an appeal for you to plan your projects using the result framework, and to plan your project starting from the change that you want to see happening, not from the activities that you think you would like to implement. A campaign is maybe an applicable activity if we want to see some change in public awareness. A training is an applicable activity if we want to see some change in the skills and knowledge of a particular group of people. But in order to value your project, we need to understand what results is it going to achieve to start with. And that is going to be the first criteria that your projects are going to be assessed. Like based on the relevance, you will obtain a certain amount of points in the section of the evaluation grid, which is called relevance. So we need to understand how your project fits into the specific objectives of this call, and we need to understand what results your project is going to achieve at the end of the day. And that is going to be the, like one of the main criteria that the projects are going to be assessed on. So it's just an appeal to you to plan and articulate the change that you want to achieve, and try to articulate it using the problem tree analysis techniques and using the overall conceptual framework of result-based management. And then when this is clear, plan your activities based on the results that you want to see and based on the change that you want to achieve through your projects. So that's just, like one of the fundamental things in terms of this section of the workshop today. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I see we have many more questions. So let's go to the end of this part. So, and then I will see with Alexandra if we will immediately reply to the questions. So probably we'll make a short break. I'm so sorry because of the sound. If you haven't heard the sound, I don't know. When we tested before the training, everything worked perfectly, but I don't know, for a certain reason I needed to restart my computer, and now you can hear me, but I cannot hear anyone. I just need to unplug my headphones. So maybe it's because of that you could not hear the sound of the video. Sorry, receive my apologies. I will try to fix it until tomorrow for sure. So the key concepts for the assumptions and risks are that the assumptions are the necessary conditions for the actual achievement of the desired changes. So you have plan, you want to achieve some changes, there are some conditions or preconditions that need to be, let's say, satisfied or achieved in order to have this change done. Less probable are the assumptions at the higher levels of the intervention logic, so higher in the log-frame matrix table, mainly because they are out of your sphere of control. On the lower level, of course, there are more assumptions that can be applicable to your project. With regards to risks, these are the factors that might hinder or prevent you in achievement of the results, what can prevent you in the achievement of the results. And they are basically also out of the intervention sphere of control, because what is inside, you already control it and you propose the activities and outputs and the results with regards to that. But these are some risks that might occur, might not, but they are out of your control area. Who are the stakeholders? Why do you need stakeholder analysis? So basically the stakeholders are any person or group or organization who can be positively or negatively impacted or affected by the action or activities proposed, or they can cause an impact on the action or the activities proposed. So all relevant stakeholders that you should consider while thinking and preparing your project proposal. So it doesn't mean that you positively only impact to certain group or organization or persons, but it can also have a negative impact. So take all that into account while defining the stakeholders. They should be identified, they should be analyzed and engaged and managed within any project that you will propose. What is the goal? What is the aim of the stakeholder analysis? It is to identify the stakeholders and assess how they are likely to be impacted by the project. So that also needs to be presented, very well presented, In your concept note, following the template for the concept note, you will see there are some instructions and guidance there, and it will be part of the evaluation. Tomorrow, we will focus more on the assessment of your concept notes. What are the questions that you need to consider, the questions on which the evaluators or assessors will need to reply. So it will guide you in the process of preparation. But now we are basically focusing on these terms just to make clear who is who. The goal of the stakeholder analysis is to develop the cooperation between the stakeholder and the project team, and to assure successful outcomes for the project. So you need to identify all the stakeholders that might be positively or negatively impacted by the project and your actions and activities. So there are like 3 circles of stakeholders. So it can be managers, the donor itself. So the second row would be providers, so some service or some supply providers, regulators, resource owners, or strategic partners that you should also consider. And in the wider approach, it's stakeholders could be different communities, some interest groups, press, media, if it is relevant, certainly it should be relevant, local authorities, and non-governmental organizations. So these are some examples who could be the identified stakeholders, but you should take into consideration your project and to go from that point. You should involve stakeholders effectively. Why it is important? Because the stakeholder engagement and stakeholder management are the ingredients for the successful project delivery. And yet they are sometimes put aside, neglected, but you should not do that. For sure, you should take into account and to examine and analyze in details who are your stakeholders in the proposed projects. They should be also treated as potential sources of risk or opportunities within the project. We basically pass through some partnership terminology. Who is the coordinator, so the lead applicant? Who are the co-beneficiaries or the co-applicants? Affiliated entities not identified as grant beneficiaries, and associates which are not grant beneficiaries. So we did had some explanation on that, just to stress that the lead applicant becomes later on the coordinator. That is why there's the difference between the titles. And the co-beneficiaries after the contract signature becomes the previous co-applicants becomes co-beneficiaries. That is the terminology which is used after the contract signature in the implementation. Now you're applicants, you're just applying on the call, you're still not the grant beneficiaries. Hopefully you will become one. So with regards to partnership roles, so beneficiaries refers collectively to all grant beneficiaries of the actions. So we have coordinator, which is the lead beneficiary, and you have partners. In this lot, it is obligatory to act with partners, which will become your co-beneficiaries. But the grant action as such is led by the lead beneficiary, which is the contract signature. So the coordinator, which is the lead applicant now, after having the possibility to sign the grant contract, he will be the one signing the grant contract with the contracting authority. So these are legal counterparts, those two, and he is responsible for the implementation of the action and the implementation also from the partners or other actors' side. all grant beneficiaries are jointly responsible that the action is carried out in accordance with the description of the action. But as I said, vis-a-vis contracting authority, the financial responsibility for the implementation of the entire action, including also the parts implemented by the co-beneficiaries or affiliate and or affiliated entities, if you have any, rests with the coordinator. So this is very, very much important to stress that the financial responsibility, even though a part of the grant money will be spent, you know, from the side of the partner or some partners that you will have, one or maybe more, but the financial responsibility relies and rests with the coordinator. He's the one responsible. Okay, as we mentioned, other organizations and individuals may be involved in the action. They play a real role in the action, but may not receive funding from the grant. But as Alexandra has also mentioned, with the exception of per diem and travel costs, so if their participation is needed in some meetings, trainings, or some other project activities, their travel costs, including per diem or subsistence allowance, will be eligible to be financed from the budget. But associates do not have to meet the eligibility criteria, which applies to applicant, co-applicants, and affiliated entities. Some implications for the concept note development. Take into account, and you will see in the template of the concept note, that the partnership and stakeholder management is very important. You should definitely integrate all these issues and mechanism how you will deal with the issues in your project design. You should follow. There are many questions either in the concept note or also in the evaluation grid that we will come to tomorrow during the second day of this training. So with regards to so we have stakeholder analysis, and then on the other hand, we have final beneficiaries and target groups, just to make some differentiation. So the target groups are groups or entities who will directly benefit from the action or on the purpose level. And the final beneficiaries are those who will benefit from the action in the long term at the level of the society or sector at large. So target groups are the ones whom you are directly involving, and they will be the one who will benefit from your action, from the activities that you will propose. But the final beneficiaries are somewhere on the higher level, like society, general public, or some sector related final benefits at large. But in any case, you need to define the target groups, the final beneficiaries, as well as stakeholders in the concept note phase. You should describe their needs, their constraints, and explain the relevance of the proposal to these needs and constraints. And you should certainly explain how you envisage their participatory process and how will you ensure their participation. So at one side, you need to identify all these groups, and then you need to explain how will you include them in your project, how they will benefit from your project, how they will participate, will they add any value, and similar. So what is very, very important in all the EU-funded project is sustainability. So you should also think well in advance how your project will be sustainable after the EU funding stops. So for example, when you receive the final payment, how manage by yourself, you know, not to stop with all the activities because you don't have sources of funding anymore. but how do you envisage to keep up and, you know, to continue with your initiative? How will you use the outputs? For example, if you have procurement of some equipment, research equipment or similar, how will you maintain the equipment and things like that? So once the project stops, it's not over. Sustainability is very important to be ensured. Okay, so there is a checklist that you can see if you are sustainable or not. The question will be, do grant beneficiaries, namely lead applicant and co-applicants, possess the necessary resources and logistics to continue implementing the activities after EU funding is over? Will there be sufficient funds available to implement the required services or activities on contracts under the project? So I would like to stress here that in line with the provisions of your grant contract, not all the funds will be made available to you. So you will certainly receive pre-financing. It also depends on the value of the project and duration of the project. If there will be another interim payment, so you have pre-financing, most probably you will have the interim payment and the final payment, which will come at the very end. What does it mean, the very end? So after you submit your final report together with all supporting documents, and when this report with supporting documents will be examined by the contracting authority, which can take a certain period of time, then it will be, your expenditures will be verified and eligible costs will be taken into consideration, and only at that point you will receive the final payment. So what does it mean, in other words? So part of the activities at the very end of the project, you will have to finance by yourself, because you will not receive the whole amount of the grant until your final report is approved. And as I said at the beginning, it doesn't necessarily mean that the whole amount of the grant that you have proposed, that it will be 100% disbursed. It's usually not the case, because in the budget, in the full application, those are estimated costs based on the market analysis, you know, on previous salaries of your staff and things like that. But it's an estimation. It's an estimation, but at the end, you will receive only, you know, you will receive the payment for the costs which are eligible, which are considered eligible, and verified on the basis of the actual costs. So how much you have actually paid. There are some other options envisaged in the guidelines, but we will talk about that in the second phase of full application. But I just wanted to stress that you need to have sufficient fund. You cannot say, I cannot pay those experts at the very end. I cannot pay the final seminar, the final conference, because I haven't received the money from the contracting authority. So you need to secure the sufficient funds to implement all the services, activities, and contracts under the project, to pay them, and then to submit the final report with all the proof that are necessary. One of the proofs are certainly proof of payment of those costs, and then you will be receiving the final payment from the side of the contracting authority. Okay, so one of the questions for the sustainability is, will the outputs under the project remain available for the interested public after the project end? For example, training, studies, policy papers. Will they be available on Webpage or, you know, some other informative channels? So this is also very important for the sustainability. if you have clearly identified the responsibility for post-implementation operation and maintenance of the services, activities, or contracts, is the cooperation between the grant beneficiaries likely to continue after the project? So now you need to act with the partners. So you should kind of show that you plan to act even when the project ends, that in order to satisfy this sustainability criteria and the achievement of the results of the project, that they will keep on nurturing, and the relationship between the partners will be nurtured even after the project end. And one of the questions is, have you made sure that your project is environmentally friendly? Here is a design of the action planning. So you will also use this when you will start preparing the design of the action. For me, what is important to stress now is the recommendation for you better to envisage a bit longer duration of activities than exact one. As I mentioned, you will start implementing in 1 year's time or even more. Then during the implementation, if it lasts for 2 years, a lot of things can happen, especially nowadays. We are witnessing many changes that are out of our control. So if something goes wrong during the implementation, you will have to, okay, it's possible to adjust the planning, the time frame of envisaged time frame of activities. But on the other hand, it would be better, to have wider period of time for the implementation and the implementation of particular activities. So better, since you have the possibility and it's not restricted, you can have the project implementing for 36 months. So don't take the optimum period of implementation. Take at least a couple of months more, depending on the initial duration. If you consider that 12 months is so relevant, go with a bit longer duration, because you will have to explain and to justify why you are a bit late and why you need to reorganize and so on and so forth. Okay, we have this session 3, budgeting, that is envisaged for today, but since we have a lot of questions, we would prefer to answer on all your questions, and if there will not be any more time, we will start with the budgeting tomorrow after the PADR and prospect registration presentation. Anyhow, for tomorrow we have less materials, so it's quite fine to move this session for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ivana. I would like after this session to announce another short break. Let's break for 15 minutes. Let's return here at 2 o'clock. We received around 20 additional questions. During the break, you can also ask questions, of course. I am recording all of them, and then after this short break, we will do the Q&A session of these 20 questions, and then we will do a quiz and end for today. So let's have a 15-minute break, as I said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that we can slowly start moving on to the question and answer section. Session. Thank you very much for staying with us. We received around 15 questions that are related to the results-based management. I will try to answer all of them during this Q&A session. Question number 25, does the outputs of our project contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals or the SDGs? They can, not an obligation. Of course, Sustainable Development Goals are an overarching development strategy for the UN, but also accepted by the EU as such. And you can, of course, present in your project proposal how your project contributes to the implementation of the SDGs, relevant SDGs, but it's not an obligation. Question number 26, is it compulsory to consider vulnerable groups or ethnic minority groups as target groups under the call? I would like to draw your attention to the guidelines for the applicants, added value elements. Let's look at these added value elements for a minute. You will see that in the added value elements, there is a mention of remote areas, working in remote areas, working with marginalized or vulnerable groups. You will also see that there is an element of gender perspectives, gender mainstreaming, gendered projects. You will see that there is an element also of rights-based approach. You will see also that there is an element of actions that are promoting the inclusion of people with disabilities and minority groups. All these collectively are considered added value elements, and as such you are encouraged to mainstream these added value elements in your project, not only to mention in your project the project is going to be environmentally friendly, or the project is going to be mainstreaming gender, but also to elaborate how actually you want to do that, how is this operationalized in your project proposal, in your concept note, and at later stage in your full application form. Added value elements are going to be scored as well during the assessment process. We will talk a little bit about it tomorrow, and so pay attention to these added value elements. But let me also emphasize, there is no obligation that you need to work with vulnerable groups and marginalized groups, but you're encouraged to do so as a cross-cutting value of your project and as an added value element of your project. Okay, so let's go back to the questions then. Question number 27, with regards to the indicators, should we use the sustainability indicators to assess the quality of the project will be undertaken? Sustainability is of utmost importance for all of our work and for all of our projects. Of course, sustainability is a cross-cutting element of your projects. You are expected to elaborate on how you intend to reach sustainability of your project in concept note as well as in the full application form. Tomorrow when we go through the questions that are going to be used to evaluate the quality of your project, you will observe that this is the fact. In terms of the indicators, you are not obliged to have a specific indicators that measure sustainability. In simple terms, it's a cross-cutting overarching quality that's expected in your proposal. Naturally, some of the indicators may also capture the element of sustainability and its dynamics and trajectories, but no rule as to, like one indicator needs to measure sustainability, but sustainability is a cross-cutting value that we seek in the proposal. So naturally, that value will need to be reflected in your result chain and in your overall internal logic of the project. Question number 28, I have a question on the 5 years of professional research criteria. Does 5 years of experience imply full-time experience, or would it suffice to prove that during 5 years, the natural person has engaged with several research actions or projects from time to time? Please bear in mind that these are objective criteria. So, like we cannot have a situation where a person quotes like, I've in the last 5 years, in 2016, for 2 days, I worked on one project that was a research project. And then for 3 days last year, I also worked. And then let's have this as 5 years. 5 years of experience means that you had 5 full years of experience. It's going to be elaborated also in question answer document so that you have a full understanding of this particular requirement. Please go into your CV. You are not obliged to submit the CV now. You're not obliged to submit supporting documents that support the claim that you worked for 5 years. But if you pass into the full application stage, then you may be requested to submit these documents. And if you don't have these supporting documents, you know, like you may be considered ineligible. So, you know, like obtain supporting documents so that you can fully be eligible in terms of having these 5 years of experience. These supporting documents, they can be maybe your contracts or letters of certificates of employment or project experience or other kinds of supporting documents that then can be measured in terms of days, and so that we can see that there is this 5 year of professional experience. Question number 29, how does frequently the contracting authority expect from us to submit the project process report, such an annual or every 6 months? It really depends on the size of your grant, and it also depends on the duration of your project. In the call for proposals, you will see that there is a folder there where you will be able to find special conditions. This is a template for the contract that you may sign eventually. You will also find general conditions. This is these are general conditions of your grant contract, and there you will see the number of these reports. I mean, you will see an article which explains these reports. As a matter of principle, not to go into too many details, you are expected to submit progress report, interim report on 12 months basis. And then you're expected at the end of the project to submit a final report. But if your project is less than 12 months, you may, you will be submitting only one final report. If your project is, for example, 30 months, you will submitting one interim report, and then you will submitting the final report as well, because the remaining period after this 12 months is only 18 months. So study general conditions to understand this, but in principle, you can have this understanding that this is a 12-month period, which is a reporting period for the project. You may be asked for the monitoring purposes to provide some additional, like maybe quarterly reports or something like that, but this is only for monitoring purposes. For reporting purposes, and when I say reporting, I mean reporting on the implementation of the activities, progress on the project, and financial reporting as well, it's typically 12 months. Next question, number 30. What does it mean that we need to gather information about the results? Do you mean that we need to conduct a literature review to demonstrate the knowledge gap related to our proposal during the concept note stage? Could you please clarify on this matter, and could you also provide more examples to guide us effectively, please? Okay, let's have an example of a project which says, we want to change knowledge, and we want to affect the knowledge of a certain group of people, and on our outcome level we are expecting a certain knowledge change for this group of people, and on the output level we are expecting to conduct 5 trainings for 25 people. During the implementation of the project, of course, you need to have monitoring tools that are measuring number of people that were trained, number of trainings that were trained, and some kind of, like evaluation, internal evaluation that measures the knowledge change. Maybe you are going to do some baseline test and then follow-up test to measure the change of knowledge among those people. So when we say that you need to collect the information about the results, we imply that you will be, if you put in your log frame that you're expecting a certain change, you are also expected to measure, to have, sufficient activities internally within the overall monitoring strategy of your project with sufficient data so that you can report on that progress. Very important, because sometimes people say that they are expecting, on the overall objective of the project, on the level of the impact, that they are expecting some change in the population, a decrease of employment or something like that. And then they learn that there is actually no data, there's no statistics, and they cannot report about this particular change that they promised that they are going to do. So make sure that sources of information are also available. If you are saying that you want to achieve some change in the unemployment rate of youth, we need then, like you need to be able to reach out to the documents that are telling you what is the unemployment rate of youth in a particular year when you're finalizing your project or during the time when you're reporting on the results of your project. So it mainly deals this collecting information about the results. It's mainly about your obligation to monitor the progress against the results within the implementation of your project. You are, of course, encouraged to conduct this literature review or any kind of a desk research or anything like that, and demonstrate your internal knowledge on the subject matter that you are tackling in your project. If you want to deal with domestic violence, you're expected to be aware of all the information and data and problems and risks, and have some experience in working with this particular group or researching this particular social challenge. So, of course, yes, you are supposed to do a research and a review, nothing spectacular, but in order to demonstrate to the contracting authority and to the evaluation committee of this call for a proposal that you are aware of the subject matter, that you understand the problem, you're expected to substantiate your claims and conduct a certain problem analysis and present that problem analysis in your concept note convincing enough so that whoever is assessing your project can say, yes, okay, I understand that this problem exists, it's elaborated, these people understand what the problem is, and like they obviously have studied the problem that they want to research, or they want to tackle it in any other way. Question number 31, what if we will experience barriers while implementing the project? Does the granting authority allow us to make adjustments during the implementation stage? I already mentioned, when you go to these guidelines for applicants, the call for proposal, there is this folder with the contract, the general conditions. And in there, you will also see articles that are explaining how budget modifications and contract modifications can be done. To a certain margin, it is possible that if you experience certain implementation barriers, that you modify your project. And the problem, the only issue there would be that you cannot really modify, if you said I'm going to work with elderly, and then during the implementation of the project, you say, oh no, I'm now switching to youth. You cannot change the substantial elements of your project proposal and those elements that were taken into account during the assessment of the project, because that would call into question the equal treatment of the applicants. But in principle, the answer to your question is yes. We've seen a lot of cases where during this COVID in the last couple of years, right? We've all experienced this globally. Some of the projects it was not possible to implement activities. In some instances, some activities were modified. In some instances, the implementation was suspended for a certain period of time, and then suspension lifted and the implementation continued. So, of course, what is important is that whenever you face any obstacle, whenever you face any risk that you engage in discussing with contracting authority, and you propose changes and you act with due diligence and propose mitigation solutions to the problems that were encountered. But it's possible to make certain changes, not substantial changes, but certain yes. Question number 32, is it compulsory to outline the constraints at the time of submitting the concept notes? You will see that there are certain elements that you need to elaborate on in the concept note. Tomorrow we will go through them, and one of these elements is also risks. And in that sense, the constraints that you see currently should already be depicted and detailed in your concept notes when it is being submitted. Question number 33, what is the minimum or maximum criteria for outlining the objectives at the concept note stage? No minimum or maximum criteria are actually depicted in the call for proposal. That's important to say. But as even I was mentioning, we usually recommend to try to limit the number of specific objectives, the outcomes in your log frame and in your result chain to 3, because we think that this is manageable for the size of the projects that we are talking about here. But this is just a suggestion, and not a rule, not a written rule. It is only a suggestion based on some past experiences to limit the number of outcomes, specific objectives to 3. But you can go, I mean, below or above that. It's okay in criteria for minimum and maximum objectives. Number 34, is it compulsory to entail the objectives or results within the ongoing health issue of the COVID-19 while developing the proposal at the concept note stage? Again, as with the previous question, it is not compulsory, but we've seen the effects of pandemics in the last 2 years. Maybe through your projects, you also want to tackle the effects of these pandemics. They had an effect on Cyprus in particular throughout the economy, especially, and in many other sectors. And it's advisable to consider this as a possible constraint in the implementation of your project, especially if you are thinking and if your project implies some kind of a research which implies face-to-face contact with people. You know, like you should ask yourself whether, you know, if this pandemic continues, is that going to be even feasible and possible? And if not, what are the alternative options? And then elaborate on that in your concept notes and explain, you know, like we would like to do a survey, we will have interviewers, we would like to have face-to-face interviews, but if this becomes impossible, we suggest such and such approach then, you know. But there is, again, no requirement that you need to address this issue in your proposals. It's advisable to think about it. Question number 35, what if our results could contribute to EU policy framework? Excellent, that would be very nice if they could. Are there any tips or recommendations for us, please? Just like I said, please do your research, try to find. Nowadays you can have a lot of information online and a lot of resources on best practices. You are applying for EU funded projects, so therefore it is, you know, like, of course, expected that you contribute to EU policy framework. Question number 36, should we propose a project with considering a building level analysis, which contributes to the policy framework across the island, such as developing a prototype or nice model to demonstrate evidence-based research methodology for the development of guidelines in the residential sector? Sorry, I can't really say yes or no. As I said, it's up to you to make a proposal. We are here only to present what are eligible actions, what are eligible applicants, what is the expected quality, what are the things that you should look into, but it's up to you to make a proposal. So I can't really tell you yes or no to this. You would need to elaborate in your concept note about what your intentions are, how does this contribute to the overall objective and the specific objectives of the call, etc. Question number 37, should we propose trainings to establish an awareness at the community level? Same as above, I can't really say yes or no. It's not forbidden, it's possible, but I'm not encouraging you to do it if this is absolutely meaningless in your project proposal. Again, up to you to think about the design of your project and to make a proposal. We are not here to tell you, do this, go left, turn right, or anything like that. It's up to you to make a proposal and to design a concept note and to submit a concept note that, you know, like you see as needed in the context of this call for proposals. Number 38, with regards to the implementation of the project, shall we propose a project with the scope of the work, considering the development of a building code or a guideline to fulfill the EU objectives? It's the same as with the previous one. You know, like the nature of your project, details of your project, you're the owner of this development. Question number 39, should we also consider the aspect of sustainability as an output of the project? I think that I've already answered that. This is an overarching quality that's expected in any project. you know, like even if you are now saying, okay, I'm going to have a very small training for 5 people. Okay, excellent. But what is the sustainability of this? I mean, are these people going to use these skills in the future terms, or are we just training them, you know, for the sake of, you know, doing the checks in some kind of an imaginary checklist? And number 40, should we consider the projects to reduce the carbon footprint in Cyprus and make the generalization of the results for the EU 27 member states? There are certain constraints in this lot 1. You can only go up to a certain amount of budget. I don't really think that your projects can make a revolutionary effect on all 27 EU member states when it comes to reducing the carbon footprint. But of course, you are encouraged to plan environmentally friendly projects and the projects that are contributing to carbon footprint reduction. So yes, of course, I mean, it is something that you should consider about, not an obligation again. It's an added value to have environmentally friendly projects if projects are environmentally friendly and if they deal with the reduction of carbon footprint. Please elaborate then in terms of what change is actually expected in the project and how is this going to be measured during the implementation of the project. And I think we've come to the end when it comes to the questions that were asked. Let me just go back to chat. Sorry. Yes, thank you, Selen. Once again, in your chat, you will see a message from Civic Space as well, from our colleague Selen. When we speak about these added value elements, I've mentioned gender mainstreaming, and there is also environmental mainstreaming, if we can call it like that contextually. You will see some very interesting manuals and guides on the Civic Space website as well that have been developed recently, and we encourage you to use them while you're planning your projects, and you know, ensuring that these added value elements are actually, as I said, operationalized in the project. You can all use these resources, you can use other resources, or maybe some best practices that you've discovered elsewhere internationally or on the level of the EU. Okay, any other questions? Let me stop the sharing. I will go back to chat. No other questions. Okay, thanks. We can then go back to Ivana. We've prepared, as I said, a very short quiz for you. We would like you to test a little bit of your knowledge for today, if that's possible, you know, like in the going back to the classroom with teachers and so on. You will not be graded though. Not to worry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra, very much. So we have prepared a short quiz, which will be now shared. Okay, it is already shared by GST projects. So please click on the link. You will find 15 questions. All of them are related to the topics that we have covered today. They are quite simple. They should be simple, just for you to have a, let's say, an overview of what you have learned, and you know, if you have a bit raised your capacities in this area. So you will see when you click, if your answer, you will choose the correct answer. If your answer is not correct, you will be informed, so you will immediately see which is the correct answer. So let's, I don't know, let's give you around 10 minutes. I hope it will be enough. It should be enough, and then we can return in 25, if that's okay.
Thanks, Ivana. I'll do the test myself to see if I was listening carefully. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you for taking the quiz. I hope that you enjoyed it. Once you click submit, you can actually see the correct answers. I've done 100%, so I'm very proud of myself. Anyhow, I mean, I hope that this day was useful. Please, if you have any questions, if you think of any questions, write them down, you know, like make a mental note today, and then tomorrow when we start, we can use the same approach using this chat. You can ask us questions. I know that it's a little bit not so much human-centric because we are talking and you are writing your questions. Unfortunately, this is how this platform works, but I would also like to stress that regardless of that, we have this help desk within the GST running already. You can address us if you have any questions, dilemmas, you know, like no wrong questions, please. If there is anything that you don't understand, that you would like a little bit more of a humanocentric kind of like capacity building and support provided, that's also possible. You can send us an email and we can try to help you the best we can, maybe to set up an individual meeting or a group meeting to support you to develop, to better understand this results-based management or any other matters. Of course, we also need to look. We have this will to support everyone, and we would really like to see a lot of good proposals in this call. But then on the other hand, there is a time and resource constraint as in anything in life. So the best advice would be, you know, like, please write to us as soon as possible, because we will be working on rolling terms, first come, first served. So if you need support in terms of individual meetings or online group meetings, that's possible, but we need to alert us and we need to know about it so that we could prepare our schedules and to reply to every possible answer, and also to ensure equal treatment. We cannot have us supporting only, you know, like one applicant, and then to the extent that the other applicants are not there, are not served. For the purposes of our help desk support, I will share with you in chat the email, or maybe Aysel, you can do that if you are with us. Tomorrow we will start at 10 as today. Please join a little bit earlier, just for the sake of you know, assigning panelists, hosts, etc., etc. You've received now in your chat the email address that you can use to request our support. As I said, it's you know, like, we have goodwill, but it's limited, you know, like we will not be able to spend enormous amount of hours on only one applicant. We need to also distribute among everyone else who has already requested our support. Yeah, so that's it. See you then tomorrow. Have a good afternoon. And as I said, I mean, it would be a good time to start planning your projects already, and then maybe tomorrow you will have some more specific questions about your projects. Thank you all. Thanks to our dear interpreters, our colleagues from Civic Space, of course, and Ivana, my colleagues Nila and Chidem and Aysel from the team. Thank you, Ivan, also for supporting us in organizing this Zoom operation. And then see you tomorrow, and think about all this that you've heard today. And if any questions, we are here to answer tomorrow. Thanks. Bye-bye. Have a good day.